get these at? Tom?
Sometimes we get a roll.
All right, we're live.
We'll call the Wednesday, August 12th, 2026 DeKalb County Council meeting in session. At this time, we'll have opening prayer by Bob Kraft.
That's right. Father God, I just thank you for another day of life, another day for us to serve you, and we ask that you help us to serve our fellow citizens that, to the best of our abilities with the decisions and the things we have to talk about today, that we would use good discernment and use wisdom there. We ask that you give us wisdom to perform our duties. We pray that in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Hey, would you stand please for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay, I trust everybody has had a chance to go through the minutes from the July 15th and then the July 15th through the 16th budget meeting minutes. Let's, do we have any additions or corrections to either one? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Rick Ring and a second by Amy Prosser to approve the July 15th, 2026 minutes and the July 15th through 16th, 2026 budget presentation minutes. Any further discussion?
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't here. So.
Okay, Bob will abstain.
I think I will too, because I missed most of them too.
Okay, so.
Well, if you don't, I can vote, but I did miss most of them.
So, you voting or abstaining?
Well, do you have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4?
We have four.
Four of us.
Okay, I'll just abstain too.
Okay, so Bill Van Weil, be noted, will abstain. So all those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Minutes are approved. Okay, looking at additionals. We have, first one we have is coming to us from CUMCAP. And it is Central Communication. Fund number is 1138. The account number is 44430. The title is Equipment. And it is for $121,784. Was this included in the annual budget request? And the answer is no. The reason it was not included, the item has been on a 5-year plan for several years. How will this appropriation be used? It'll be used for the replacement of the battery backup systems that are at the end of service life and are no longer able to be under the maintenance plan. Specific cost, $121,784. How was this cost determined? It was a quote received from CM Buck. Is this a recurring expense? And the answer is no. Will other expenditures be necessary? And the answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? And that liaison is yes. And my liaison name is covered up. I don't know who was the liaison on that.
That's me.
Rick.
Is that you, Rick? Okay, thank you. Okay, do we want, let's see, the second one, let's do this one first. This is a large amount. Do we have a motion to approve $121,784 for the battery backup system that's at the end of its service life? Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion just to get it moving so
I'll
that we can
second
get Brian up here, so that this is the one that we delayed last time.
Right.
Because we didn't have multiple quotes, so he needs to
So,
explain some of this.
We do have a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. I'm going to call for the question, and we'll take your comments there.
He needs to talk about it first.
Okay.
Before we vote on it.
Okay, well, I was going to do that with the council discussion part. So, no, go ahead, Brian. We're going to have him speak.
As we did find out, we did require 3 quotes. I did reach out through APC, which is Schneider Electric, and they provided me with quotes from two of their partners. Erico came in at 126,278, and Genmark, I don't have it was over 130. Both of those two did not include freight delivery or anything like that. Our original quote through Schneider Electric and CM Buck came in at the 121,784. That was delivered. We will find the money for install because the lead time on this stuff is about 20 to 24 weeks. So by the end of the year, when it comes in, we'll know where the money sits. Installation was about 15,000 for them. We should be able to find that no problem, or we can wait till after the first of the year
And
to get that.
you're talking about taking it within your current budget?
Yes, within the current budget, no further additional for that project.
What about disposal of the stuff that you're taking?
They handle all that in accordance with federal and state guidelines as far as recycling the electronics. The one unit has 48 batteries, the other one has 36, so those will all go for recycling wherever their contractors are.
My only question was it included in the cost?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Okay, perfect.
What are you saying you're taking into your budget?
I'm sorry.
What are you saying you are taking into your budget?
I will figure out by the end of the year where I can move money around for the install at the beginning of next year, or
Oh, okay.
We can handle the install out of what money he has this year. If not, it'll be close enough to the end of the year to put
I
it.
can do it at the beginning of the year.
Are these, with technology, after 5 years, are these batteries a lot better, or they last longer, or?
They're 5 to 7 years. They are a lot better battery now. They're not just a standard lead acid like it's in our car.
Yeah.
I did not opt for what they call a lithium ion battery, about double the cost. And you get about a couple extra years out of them. I couldn't justify that cost to
By the end of that time, the battery systems are going from lithium batteries to sodium batteries. So there'll be a whole different change, and it's sodium batteries don't have the fire potential that lithiums do.
And what's the current life on the ones that are in there?
we change those about every 5 years.
Okay, so this system currently is 5 years old.
Yes. The system itself is original to the building. The systems are just no longer able to be put under any type of maintenance plan. They're not going to continue to make parts. These things have 15 or 20 circuit boards about this big in them, and at least a dozen or more fans that are like you're in the back of a computer, up to ones this big to help cool everything.
So what is the difference between high-tech for $11,320 and the others that are? way
High tech, that is the install. I just put that in there so everybody knew what the cost would be. High tech's cost will not change.
So really, all of them did not include an install price, right?
Correct,
The only difference
because they
between the
wanna wait
three was the freight.
Yeah, they want to wait and find out if they got the bid before they started put that in it. That's why they didn't even give me freight and delivery. Well, we have to wait and see what's going to cost if we get the bid, and then when the systems are ready to be shipped, how much is it going to cost them?
Okay. But CM Buck has that in there.
Yes.
That's
We've been
part
using
of
them
their
for
cost.
quite a while, and they've always treated us very well.
And this is one reason that it's so important to have that 5-year plan for capital. Because we know now that, and this has been on his plan, on the plan, but you know it's coming. You can't let something this large be a surprise. And it needs to be planned for in advance. So, again, the more we can refine that 5-year capital expense plan, the better.
All right, how long a period of time does that back up? Like if you lose power, how long does it give you?
We have our generator. This is just to fill that gap between power failure and the generator start.
So you don't go down, or nothing
Yeah,
goes
so
down?
we don't lose our radios. All of our computers don't have to restart. I had CM Buck check. At our current load, we can actually get 122 minutes out of the large system, and the smaller system was 92 minutes. So if we don't have a generator start right away, we've got about an hour to get somebody there to figure out why that generator's not running. Or we have to grab everything and leave the building.
And I'm sure that, if you talk to Besa, I'm sure we've got some kind of battery backup on what, servers and stuff we have here, and it's, with the major, electronics that we have anymore, having battery backup and generators is very important.
Well,
And very expensive, it's a very.
if we lose all power, when we lose our Spillman system, every police agency will not have access to their records. We are back to, we have a IT built us a SharePoint page. It has what we call an alternate CAD system, so we can do our record keeping. But none of the police agencies, fire agencies can get any records or do anything with their records until our servers are back up. So that's why, another reason this is so important.
Does anybody have any questions for Brian? Any more?
Appreciate you getting all the quotes. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out we needed them.
Get it.
Yep.
Any further questions from the council? Discussion
On the whole amount?
on the 121,784. So we do have a motion, we do have a second. Okay, we'll call for the question for the approval of $121,784. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. And if you want to just stay there, Brian, the next one comes to us from Central Communication, Fund Number 1138, the account number 44430. The account title is Equipment. The amount requested is $85,807. Was this included in the annual budget request? And the answer is no. The reason not included, item has been on a 5-year plan for several years. How will this appropriation be used? It'll be replacement of the complete HVAC system. All furnaces and AC units are at the end of their service life. Specific cost of the item, $85,807. How was this cost determined? It was a quote received from Auburn Heating and Cooling. Is this a reoccurring expense? And the answer is no. Will other expenditures be necessary? And the answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? Yes, and that liaison was Rick Ring. Brian, would you like to discuss this?
Again, we found out we needed 3 quotes. I reached out to another local company and another company that the county has used, specifically the Sheriff's Department, to get quotes. The other local company came in at $99,000, and the one that the Sheriff's Department has used a lot came in at $122,000. Now, there has been an adjustment on the Auburn Heating bid. It's $89,000. I can find that money someplace to cover that, or I can get them to work on that $4,000 difference. The entire industry, HVAC, saw another increase, and this is a large project, but I am good with the first bid that we brought to the council, which was Auburn Heating, and I'd like to be able to move forward with them. Like I said, I can find the difference and get them to come down on that $4,000 increase they just had. I can make it work.
Brian, was this the one that you and I talked about that they were anticipating a rather large percentage increase in the equipment in the latter part of this year, trying to beat that equipment price increase?
They were looking.
One of the reasons that driven this so quickly.
They were looking at another possible 20% by the end of the year. And then at the beginning of the year, there's always another increase. So I'm trying to save us between 15 and 30% by getting this done now. On both issues, the contractors will hang on to the equipment in their warehouse free of charge until the schedule allows to get all this stuff done. So they're not charging us anything extra for that. So I can make the Auburn Heating bid work, no problem. They've done excellent work for us in the past. If we have an issue, we call the owner, hey, we need this, and he himself or one of his staff are there within an hour. So.
Okay, I have a question. Because if the original Auburn heating was proposed on May 14th, and we didn't talk about it until June, and on the bottom it says after 7 days, prices need to be reevaluated, was this going to change by the time you,
On Albany, by the time we do the project, no, this price will not exceed this 89 that.
I know, but the first one was 85.
Yep.
And it was after 7 days when the council looked at it.
Yeah,
So I'm just trying to figure out why they redid it if it was already over the time and they were gonna accept this to begin with.
their internal processes, price increase in materials. I can ask that question.
Do you, I mean, does everybody understand what I'm trying to ask? It's your guys' decision,
All
I
right.
was just asking.
So we're asking about whether or not they'll honor that first price. Brian's saying he can find the difference between the price that's on here now of 85 and 89. He can find that out of his own budget.
You can only approve the 85
Well, that's what I'm saying.
because that's all that was advertised.
But what can he do then? Can he,
He'll either have to transfer or he'll have to come back and ask for another additional appropriation for the difference.
I will get it done without another addition.
Well, I think one of the issues is that the size of the furnaces changed from the original to the new one, right? So I'm trying to look here, the original.
I did have them change it. They had a price increase in materials, but I did make, because I know you guys like apples for apples. And this is,
Not. So the revised one, they changed it, I'm trying to look here,
They changed the 260
to
additional
280.
280.
And looking through the other ones, they also, the configurations were kind of all over the place. And so it was really difficult to kind of read through it and figure out, is it apples to apples? It didn't look like it. Every different company had a different setup. See, so for instance, Auburn had 2 5-ton, so 10 tons for the dispatch cooling, but TNT had 2 3.5 tons, which was 7 tons. So that's a 43% capacity difference. Not sure, how do we know which one's right, I guess? And so if we're comparing 10 tons to 7 tons, those aren't even, they're not even close. So I'm not sure how we go through and figure out which one do we agree to, because it's not apples to apples at this point.
every HVAC person has their own idea of what's correct. I'm
Correct.
sure there's some mathematical calculation that's going to come out between 7 and 10. I would much rather be a little bit higher on our cooling capacity because our building gets beat by the heat, and our server rooms need to be able to keep all that equipment cool.
So you're saying their original one was wrong? It wasn't cool enough?
I'm not going to say they were wrong.
Right, but,
If they changed according to, because what I did do is I scrubbed all vendor information.
okay,
I said, hey, guys, this is the equipment I'm being quoted by everyone's bidding on this project.
yeah,
And then this is with the price change in equipment for the industry, and then called a reconfiguration of what Auburn came up with. That's where your difference would come from.
did they all get the same scope, or did you just ask them, like, what was each
Scope is
company
the same.
told?
The scope is the same. Everyone just has their own little slightly difference in the way they want to set it up.
So it wasn't a replacement, it wasn't a, hey, please just replace what we currently have, it was, here's, I don't know what they have. Do they have like a layout of the building, a square footage?
They've come and walked through the building. Yes.
I was gonna ask.
Yeah, everybody, they have walked through and looked at everything. Our original HVAC installer did a lot of things they could have done differently and better, but
Okay,
it was lowest bid.
Okay,
So we're correcting some of that, like where it says twinning. That process of using 200,000 BTU units makes more sense and is more cost-effective than trying to go out and find a unit that's the size of this table, literally. That's twice the cost of doing what we're doing. And if that unit dies, then we have no HVAC for our dispatch room, where one unit will still work versus two.
yeah. I just want to make sure that it's not over-engineered, and I want to make sure it's not under-engineered. And so I wasn't sure, how did it take place? Did everybody get the same scope? Did everybody come through a walkthrough? So just trying to figure out what was the process to get here.
Yeah, everyone came through, walked everything, took pictures of every unit. We found a couple issues that needed to be addressed as well, but everyone knows exactly what they were going to be bidding on to replace and or change slight configuration of to be a better financial option.
Yeah, I want to just mention here that, and not to, I appreciate all that Brian has done here with doing this, but this is exactly demonstrates why we've made the changes we've made with the maintenance of the buildings. You're asking somebody who is a superior and excellent dispatcher and manager of a function of the county, going over and having him be the engineer and the manager of the building and the building functions. So while I think we need to continue with this, but this just demonstrates why we've changed Larry's job description to be the manager of the building, so that he can work out all of these types of issues and comparisons. We had the same thing in community corrections, and we'll have the same thing with the highway department. That's why we've put this all under one person.
Maintenance department was kept in the loop on all this. Larry was aware of all these, and he also liked the Auburn Heating bid.
Did he come out and walk through it too, then with them?
He did not walk through with them, but Larry's been in the ceiling, under my floor, everywhere in that building.
Okay,
So-
that's helpful. Yeah, and if I was trying to make you the engineer, that was not my point.
No, I understand. But I wanted to make sure
My
everyone
point
was aware
was
that I did keep Rick and Larry and Evan in the loop on what was being done,
Sure,
so.
sure. No, it wasn't to say you should know how to do all the HVAC work. That is not. I just wanted to make sure that I understood if this is supposed to be apples to apples and looking at what's supposed to go in the building, I want to make sure that everybody's very aware of that and understands it, and that I understand it before I vote on it, because it's
And I really appreciate all the questions, I do.
Yeah.
Because we have to be the good stewards of the money, and
absolutely.
I guess saying it's apples to apples, it's very close to apples to apples.
Right.
It's Honeycrisp versus Red Delicious.
Yeah.
So,
Any further questions for Brian? Okay, see what the council's pleasure is. Do we have a motion to approve the $85,807?
So move.
Second.
By Bill Van Wy, we have a second by Rick Ring. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of approving the $85,807 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried.
thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, next additional comes to us from the Highway Department. And the fund name is MVH. The fund number is 1176, account number 12200. The account title is insurance. The amount requested is $37,000. Was this included in the annual budget request? And the answer is yes. How will this appropriation be used? It will be used to pay for health insurance for employees due to premium changes, commissioners added wellness benefit, and HSA match. Specific cost of the item, $36,427.24. How was this cost determined? By payroll reports, Is this a reoccurring expense? And the answer is no. Will other expenditures be necessary? And the answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? Yes, and that liaison was Bob Kraft. Do we have anybody from the audience to speak on that? Dave?
And Ben talked to me, and, yeah, that when they do their budgets, they don't know what the increase is gonna be the next February, and then when they added the health benefit, that means we're paying more, you know, his department's paying more for each one of those. When you have a very large department and those increases go up, and you have a lot of employees that are all taking the insurance, it has a significant impact when that increase hits.
It's the same thing that Brian had to do for Central.
They have no way of knowing what the
It's-
increase is gonna be.
It's
You know,
coming
the
out of
premium is what the premium is, but it was when we added the deduction to the employee that cost doesn't go away, it moves from the employee over to the department, so.
Right.
Well, and you're providing a budget in June or July, you know, May or June of the year before, and it goes up in February. You know,
And we'll probably be in this predicament next year also because commissioners changed to, instead of 50 for everybody, it's 40 deduction for employee only. Then you can possibly get up to $65 deduction if it's you and your spouse that both do the qualifying event.
Any further discussion?
Are there any other departments where that department pays for their own health insurance? We pay
Community corrections,
community corrections.
highway, health. And those have been set up that way for as long as I can remember, honestly. And that was chosen because they have their own, like their own general fund, because they don't use our general fund. So like highway has their motor vehicle fund, 1176. Health has their regular fund of 1159, where their revenue goes into. And so since those departments have their, like their own source of revenue, kind of, then it was coming out of there.
And that's what happened with, that's same way with Central Communications, that they have they have the 911 fund and the Public Safety Fund. That's where their funding comes from. These are departments that don't utilize the general fund for their expenses.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion by Bob Kraft. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Bill Van Wy. Any further discussion from the council? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of approving the $37,000 to the appropriate insurance fund for the county highway signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Transfer or additional is approved. And the last one we have comes to us from DeKalb County Community Corrections. The fund name is CC Donation Fund, fund number 4113. The amount, or account number 33900, account title is Medical Testing Services. The amount requested is $1,199.89. Was this included in the annual budget request? And the answer is no. And the reason is C attached. And you want to take a couple of minutes and read through it real quick? If not, I will read it. Bottom line, the current unexpected balance is $799.01 from Redwood Toxicology. Invoice 3075-222-0266 is scheduled to pay on August 3rd of 26. $799.01 of it from fund number 4113, which will leave a zero balance in the fund. Do we have any questions from the council?
Is the Walmart grant, is that okay to use that additional funds? Because it looks like it was just for trainings.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, so in the paragraph here, it says that that Walmart grant was to be used for training food, snacks, or anything else needed for the trainings. and they're adding the remainder of that balance to the other drug-free funds for this balance that they want to put towards the drug screening. Can we do that? Is that grant seems pretty specific, so just want to make sure we don't.
Let's move. There's two different things in there. So in the donations, they get the drug-free, DeKalb County drug-free money, which we don't know how much they'll be awarded, so I estimated 4,000. And then they also received a Walmart grant. Their Walmart grant has the 431 balance remaining, but what they're asking for, I believe, is the additional of what they receive from drug-free beyond what I had planned for.
Right. What it looks like is they're taking the 768 from the drug-free funds, adding the balance from that Walmart grant of 431.89 to give us the appropriation amount of 1199.89.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So I'm just asking is if that grant from Walmart seems very specific about to be used for trainings. I just don't want us to appropriate it somewhere where it's not supposed to be. It doesn't say anything about using it for.
Let me reach out to Shannon real quick.
And that particular fund gets all of their donations,
Correct.
or no matter what the purpose, any donation is into that fund, okay.
I'm not opposed to it, I just don't, the verbiage there seems very clear that the grant is very specific.
Yeah, you don't want to ruin your chances of
You
getting
don't
a
want to
grant
ruin,
again.
that's right. So it's very generous of Walmart to give that grant, so we want to make sure that we use it appropriately.
If you want to hold off for a second, I'll
We
get,
table this for.
Yep,
just don't do anything with it, and
Okay.
we'll come back to it.
okay.
Okay, that's the last additional. Let's move on to transfers right now. The first one we have is from Information Systems. Fund name is General, fund number 1001. The amount to be transferred is $30,000 from account number 44820. The account title is Network Infrastructure. Request is to transfer it to account number 34140. The account title is Software Maintenance Licenses for $30,000. Why is this transfer needed? This is to pay for yearly licensing and support for our backup software. Last year at implementation time, there was a hardware involved, so we took it out of network infrastructure. This year it is only for licensing and support. Invoice is paid, but there will be a shortfall in $34,140 by the end of the year. Was this additional appropriation will this additional appropriation be requested due to this transfer? And the answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? The answer is no, and the liaison is Bob Kraft. So, discussion from the council. Any questions on this transfer from network infrastructure to software maintenance and licenses? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion by Bob Kraft. Do we have a second?
Now second it.
Second by Bill Van Wy. All those in favor of the $30,000 transfer from informational systems signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Transfer is granted. The next one comes to us from the courthouse. And the fund name is County General. Fund number 1001. Total amount to be transferred is $199,287. And that is to be required or transferred from account number 10500. Account title is Personal Service Fees. Request to transfer it to account number 3001. The account title is A1 Janitorial. And the amount requested is $189,287. And that is, the next one is from account number 33620. The account title is Equipment Repair and Maintenance. Account title is 22310. Account title Repair and Maintenance Supplies, $10,000. Why is a transfer needed? The $189,287 transfer is to be moved, to move the A1 janitorial to be paid from a service account instead of a payroll account, and that was prior set up from years ago. The $10,000 transfer is because our maintenance team buys supplies and fixes things instead of paying someone to fix these things, plus the normal increase in prices for cleaning, toiletry items, etc. Will additional appropriation be requested due to the transfer? The answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? And that answer is yes. The liaison was Amy Dembski. So we have two, if we have consensus, we can do both transfers in one. Do we have consensus?
That's fine.
Yes. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve? That would be $199,287,000 from the courthouse. Do we have
Make
a
that motion.
We have a motion by Rick Ray. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Bill Van Wyk. Any further?
It's just a correct something. Sounds like just correct something. You know,
I wasn't listening because I'm getting answers. Which one is it? Courthouse?
Courthouse.
you know, that's all right.
A1 janitorial.
Oh, that was just because we're paying for a service, we're not paying wages. And for years, it's been paid out of a wage account that starts with a 1, a personal service. And so accounts payable asked me what I thought, and because for 1099 purposes, it is better to have it in a 3 account. So that's why we changed it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Any further
A1
questions?
janitorial is the same person as our maintenance guy, right?
I'm sorry.
A1 janitorial, who is that Larry and his business, our
A1
maintenance?
janitorial is the supply company.
Is that, who,
A1 Janitorial is the cleaning company owned by Larry's Wife Care.
and so
We're paying Kara's staff that come in to clean our buildings after hours and whatever else they do.
Yep.
That service, not Larry's maintenance.
And that goes, this goes all the way back to Clint.
Oh, like
Yeah, years and years.
when the courthouse was built.
But it's now, it is a service that we hire, they're not employees.
And this is not an additional, this is just transferring it from one account to the right account, from a
Correct,
labor account to a service, like a contractor account.
correct.
Any further discussion? Do we have a motion to approve? $199,287. Yeah, Chris?
This cleaning service, is it put out for bids, or is it just we've carried it on for years? And, I mean, how does that work? I'm sorry, I'm
No, that's a good question, and you're new on that.
All I can say is that for 13 years that I've been here, it's always been A1 Janitorial, and that's just how it's always been.
That goes back a lot longer than 13 years. It goes back to when Clint started, probably 35 years ago, maybe 40. But that is, that truly, I mean, yes, we approve the money. All we're doing is changing this from one account to another account. We're not involved in that. It's a commissioner issue.
that's a commissioner issue. Okay,
That's a
that answers
commissioner
my-
issue as to who they hire to do the cleaning,
Okay.
not the council.
Because there are caretakers of courthouse for that.
Administrators.
Okay, so that's where that comes from, so, okay.
do they have to put it out for a bid, though?
That you'd have to talk to the commissioners and the county attorney.
they have to put it out for bid?
I don't know the total amount of the contract they have, but
It's at
looking
least,
at these numbers, they would at least have to have a RFP, I would think. Well, there's some question about personal services, there's some fudge language in the statute on personal services.
thank you.
Any further questions from the council? Okay, do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a motion? Rick and Bill, okay. Hearing no further discussion, we'll call for the question on the approval of transfer for $199,287. All those in favor of the passage signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Transfer is granted. The next one comes to us from Sunny Meadows. The fund name is County General, fund number 1001. The amount to be transferred is $8,000. It is being requested from fund number 10800, account title is Other, to account number 33560, the account title is Gas, and that's for $5,000. The additional one is from account number 10800, the account title is Other, being requested to transfer to account number 33500, the account title is Electric for $3,000. Why is this transfer needed? Gas and electric accounts needed more money due to rising costs. Will additional appropriation be requested due to this transfer? And the answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? And the answer is yes. And the liaison's name is Bob Kraft. Bob, do you have anything you want to add to this?
Well, since Sun Meadows is closed, there's no director to discuss it with me. Susan just sent me the email saying we need to pay these bills, so, there's no administrator out there to handle these things, and
I would only like to point out the fact that if we would tear down the building, we would not have this expense.
yeah.
And this is gonna go on and on and on until either we get rid of the building or something else happens,
And for next year, for 27, I combined all that to courthouse budget so that they can pay that from their budget.
Do you have an amount that you put in for that for next year, Susan? Council can kind of get an idea of that expense.
and this is not the only expense we've got. I mean,
No.
we have security and everything else out there.
This will give us an idea.
Liability.
Part of it.
Well, I'd have to look because electric and gas is paid through courthouse for the rest of the county also. So, I have 125,000 in electric and 68,000 in gas, but that's not just Sunny Meadows.
Okay. But there is definitely an ongoing expense, possibly.
If we could get that number for the budget discussion meetings, that'd be great.
So I added 6,000 from 26 to 27 in electric, and I added 11,800 in gas.
So during budget deliberations, we'll be able to see those total costs for Sunny Meadows. This tells us,
You want to know their actual costs?
it'd be good to know what those ongoing costs are gonna be for it just to sit there.
I can estimate it.
That'd be great, thank you. Okay, did we have a motion on this? I don't think we did.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the $8,000 for Sunny Meadows?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Bill Van Wyk. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Bob Kraft. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the $8,000 transfer from Sunny Meadows signify by saying aye. Opposed?
No,
Okay, motion is approved 5-1. Okay, the next one comes to us from Superior 1. Superior Court 1, the fund name is County General. Fund number 1001, the amount to be transferred is $2,239. It is being requested from fund number 33160, the account title is CASA. Requested being transferred to account number 11419, account title is Assistant Court Reporter, $2,239. Why is this transfer needed? At budget time, the WISC category wage was figured and not the higher wage for the courts. This corrects the account to avoid a negative at year. Will additional appropriation be requested due to the transfer? The answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? Yes, and the liaison is Dave Yard. This is to avoid a negative end of year. So, any further discussion? Do we have a motion to approve the $2,239 from Superior Court 1?
So moved.
We have a motion by Rick Ring. Do we have a second? Second by Bob Kraft,
Chris Kraft.
or Chris Kraft, I'm sorry, thank you.
Surprised
All those in favor of the $2,239 transfer signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. The next one comes to us from Superior Court 2. Fund name is the General Fund. Fund number is 1001. The amount to be transferred is $1,000. It's from account number 1101-22410-000-027. The account title is Legal Reference Materials. The account is 1001-001-3820-000-027. The account title is requested to transfer to as legal fees. The amount is $1,000. Why is this transfer needed? Legal fees, account funds are low. Will additional appropriation be requested? The answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? And the answer is no, and that liaison is, is Dave Yard. Do we have any questions regarding this transfer of $1,000 to legal fees? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve. We have a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Bill Van Wy. Do we have a second? Second by Amy Prosser. All those in favor of the $1,000 transfer signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Transfer is granted. The next one comes to us from the Health Department, and the fund name is Health. Fund number is 1159. The amount to be transferred is $2,000. It is requested from account number 34295. The account title is Travel, Training, and Education. The request to transfer to is account number 44430. The account title is Equipment. The amount is $2,000. Why is this transfer needed? To cover the cost of an interpreter cart, iPad, speaker, software, rolling cart. This allows us to talk with our clients that do not use English as a first language. This service is provided by Heartland Translation and is a one-time purchase. Will additional appropriation be requested due to the transfer? The answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? The answer is yes, and the liaison name is Bill Van Wy. Does anybody have any questions for Bill? Bill, do you have any comments?
No, it's something that came available to them, and they took a chance by it because they have to, they're obligated to help any citizens of DeKalb County, and they get in trouble sometimes.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to approve. Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve.
Have a motion by Bill Van Wy. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second by Bob Kraft. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of the $2,000 transfer within the Health Department signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Transfer is granted. Okay, I see Larry here. If we want to back up, Susan, there was some questions. Wasn't there some questions, I thought?
No. He's probably here for the jail discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought
their
we were,
No,
okay. Oh, on the Walmart piece, thank you.
and I'm still working on it.
Okay.
Bill.
Next one comes to us from Central Communications. The fund name is the Public Safety Lowett County Share, Fund Number 1170. The amount to be transferred is $50,000. It is being transferred from account number 1170.33240.000.0034. Account title is Telecommunications, being transferred to account number 1170.11050.000.0034. The account title is overtime. Why is this transfer needed? It is to cover a shortfall in the original budget. Will additional appropriation be requested due to this transfer? The answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? The answer is yes, and the liaison's name is Rick Ring. Rick, do you have anything?
Well, we commented on this at the last meeting. He's got some maternity leave issues with 2 employees and another retirement or transfer, so this is helping to cover that.
Any further questions or discussion? Do we have a motion to approve the $50,000 transfer?
And this, the best thing about it, it's all within his current budget, going from one line item to another. It's not for an additional.
Do we have a motion to approve? Have a motion by Rick Ring. Do we have a second? Second by Chris Kraft. All those in favor of the $50,000 transfer within Central Communications signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Transfer is granted. The next one comes to us from the surveyor. And the fund name is Cornerstone Perpetuation, Fund Number 1202. The amount to be transferred is $18,000. It is being requested from account number 34330. The account title is Contractual Services. Being requested to transfer to account number 22130, and the account title is Operating Supplies. That amount again is $18,000. Why is this transfer needed? The office purchased Cornerstone markers, flags, and hardware for the Cornerstone Perpetuation Project and needs to transfer money to cover the expenses. Will additional appropriation be requested due to this transfer? The answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? The answer is yes, and the liaison's name is Bill Van Wy. Bill, do you have anything to add?
They have to do so many of these cornerstone markers a year. They're trying to get some of them caught up.
Any
They have the money, they're just putting it in the account it needs
Yeah.
to be paid from.
It's just changing accounts, it's nothing.
So, any further questions? We'll entertain a motion to approve the $18,000.
So move.
Here we have a motion by Bill Van Wy. Do we have a second? Second by Bob Kraft. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of the $18,000 transfer for Cornerstone markers, flags, and hardware signify by saying aye. Opposed? Transfer is granted. The next one comes to us from the American Heritage TIF Fund, and that department is from the auditor. Fund name is American Heritage TIF, Fund number 4502. The amount to be transferred is $4,500, and it is requested coming from account number 99500. The account title is miscellaneous expenditure to account number 44501, and the account title is RDC approved project for $4,500. Why is this transfer needed? It is transferring to correct expenditure account. This is for crane rental for the Auburn Hazmat Facility project. Will additional appropriation be requested due to the transfer? And the answer is no. Was it discussed with the liaison? And the liaison is yes. That's Bob Kraft. Bob, do you have anything you'd like to add to this transfer?
No, it's just moving it from the right account to be approved. RDC paid for that crane rental for the hazmat training area that they're building there.
Money is there then.
Yeah, just going for miscellaneous.
Any further questions? Do we have a motion from the council to approve the $4,500 expenditure?
I make that motion.
We have a motion by Bob Kraft. Do we have a second? Second by Amy Prosser. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of the $4,500 transfer signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Transfer is granted. The last one we have is from Developmental Services. And the fund name is GIS Projects. And the fund number is 4930. The amount to be transferred is $3,000. And is being requested from account number 34120, account title Programming Software, to account number 44420, the account title Computer Equipment. The amount is $3,000. Why is this transfer needed? It is needed to, purchase a new computer for the GIS department for a new specialist position created. Will additional appropriation be requested due to this transfer? And the answer is no. Was it discussed with liaison? Yes, and that was Bill Van Wy. Bill, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, this is just, we had to create a new position because of our breaking our ties with Auburn, and they're just getting him set up in his own office.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to approve. Do we have such a motion?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion by Bill Van Wy. Do we have a second? Second by Chris Kraft. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of approving the $3,000 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Transfer is granted. That is the last of our transfers. Okay, moving on. You have before you a list of non-approval transfers that takes no action from the council. And moving on to the salary and hourly wage ordinance. This is the 2026 salary and hourly wage ordinance amendment. It is ordinance number 2026-OCC-10. It is amending ordinance number 2025-OCC-12. And this is from the Developmental Services account number 11993. The job title is Butler Planner Contract Pay. It's biweekly and up to a maximum of $865.38. And Developmental Services 11992, Butler Support Staff Contract, biweekly, up to a maximum of $384.61. Susan, would you like to add anything to this?
On the development services? No, you guys approved the job descriptions and commissioners approved changing these positions. So this is just getting it on the salary ordinance correctly.
This would be our planning office is going to be support for Butler. This.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve this on first reading on title only?
So moved.
We have a motion by Rick Ring to approve on first reading title only. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Bill Van Wy. All those in favor of approving on
Wait.
first
Sorry.
reading? Pardon?
Sorry, I have some questions. So, if this is a ordinance, a wage ordinance, where are the wages going to?
But it says right here. It says account 11993 Butler Planner contract pay and account 11992 Butler support staff contract.
So is that, so just want to be clear, is that increasing someone's pay by how much? Or is it just going into a fund that's paying their salaries to help us support those salaries?
You mean when we receive the money?
Yes.
It goes into county general because their wages are paid out of county general.
So we're not increasing anyone's salary from this? That's what I'm asking.
They get paid for doing the extra work.
So they're gonna get paid extra, so there's an extra, who gets that? The Butler Planner contract pay, who's that going?
That's Chris.
So Chris will make an extra $22,000 a year as doing the additional work for Butler.
Correct, and he's been making an additional $20,000 a year already.
And so then the others will make about $10,000 a year. How does that, so we're starting to play a little bit with the tiers of pay that we have currently. And I guess that was my question. I wasn't clear on that from the commissioners' meeting.
This has nothing to do with the WIS study or tiers or anything. It is no different than what we have been doing for years with the sheriff's department, deputies working and covering for Butler, and Butler pays us, and we pay them for their hours that they work.
Well, I think that is a little bit different because that's short-term. This is more long-term where we're.
And we've done this for Chris for the last couple years.
So if we're adding another 20 on top, another 22 on top of the current 20
No.
that we're paying?
No, it is changing, so that account is paid $865.38. Every pay, no more. You can't, this is amending the prior ordinance that would have been whatever the 20,000 divided by 26 was.
Didn't Butler increase their pay salary? That's why it's increasing this.
Yeah, his increased by $2,500 for the year from
Yeah.
the 20,000 he was
And
already
isn't-
getting, and because he's doing more work.
Yeah, but it wasn't nothing we set. It was something that Butler set, right? Yeah,
We agreed to it.
yeah, I know we agreed to it, but it wasn't us setting the pay raise. No, it's something
Correct.
that
They
Butler.
suggested X amount of dollars, and the county agreed to it, and we've been paying it.
They'll be paying us.
But it's not, but it's an additional on top of the current salary that he is making.
For a different job.
Because he's
Well-
doing more work.
If he's doing more work, can we extend the amount of time that he works during the week? Because currently it's 35. Should then we add extra
He's
hours?
salaried, it doesn't matter.
So he'll work as many hours as it takes, so then why would we pay him more for that?
Because he's getting paid for additional duties that he has added because we have contracted with the interlocal agreement through the commissioners with the city of Butler.
I don't have it, I guess 22,000 seems like a lot to add when he's only working 35 hours a week, so.
But 20,000 wasn't an issue.
Well, it was, but I lost that battle.
But again, he is salaried. He gets the job done in 30 hours, that's good. If it takes him 70 hours in a week, that's the way it is.
It's just frustrating because other departments have increased their hours in order to accommodate additional work without additional pay.
No, they get paid.
That's
If they
additional.
work
Well,
more than 35
but
hours, they
they're-
get paid for the additional.
Their duties have expanded, they have additional work, and so instead of asking for additional dollars, they just continue, they make sure that they're working the hours that they need to work.
Okay, well, the full-time clerical staff already works 40 hours a week, not 35. So if you want to increase her hours more, then you're going to pay time and a half plus what she's getting paid.
But we just
doing
hired
the
an
extra
additional
work.
person for that office, so there should be additional support people there to help with all of that. So I just wanted, Dottie, if you, I know Dottie had some just info.
Sure, and to kind of bring you up to date, the clerical staff in the Development Services Department, there's a full-time person, and then there's a part-time person, and that part-time person acts as the secretary for the BZA, for planning and zoning, for those boards, in addition to doing some work in the office, and then it also does the mailings and the minutes and things like that for those boards during the time that that person works. With this additional funds that the clerical staff would be getting, I would propose actually that there should be 2 full-time, at least, individuals. If the city of Butler has that much extra work that is going to be coming into the county for that department to work, instead of giving those individuals more money to be working exactly the same hours that they have been, they're still working their 35, 40 hours, and the other one no more than 28. Perhaps that's exactly what needs to happen. In addition, I know that Development Services does not have an overtime budget. Maybe that's what they need. If their full-time person is currently working 40 hours per week, and the city of Butler has provided this much more work for that department to do clerically, then maybe that person needs to be compensated for those hours over 40 hours, which would be time and a half. But I still think that bringing in, more hours for that part-time person or another part-time person to work maybe the odd hours so that that full-time person isn't alone and being potentially inundated with the work from the city of Butler. Also, these individuals are hourly employees. Chris is salaried exempt. He does whatever it takes to get the job done, just like I do. What would happen if the city of Auburn said, we're getting rid of human resources, Deer County, will you take on our HR functions? Okay, that would mean that, okay, and we will pay you $40,000 for that. Dottie, you're going to have to go to all of these meetings with the city. You're going, much like Chris does with Butler. There's extra work that has to be done after the usual time that he puts in with his current position. Okay, so that now $22,000 helps compensate for that extra work, the extra hours. It's okay. However, I have an hourly employee. We're taking on X number of employees that we need to recruit, we need to hire, we need to onboard, we need to take care of their benefits. There's all that extra work. That person would need to work more hours or try to fill in all that extra work within the 37 hours that she currently works. Or do we add on another full-time person in human resources? See, that's how I have looked at this. And I just think that perhaps the department, if they're going to be inundated with all this work, that maybe they need to have another staff member in there to help them take care of that, rather than giving, and believe me, I am all for our employees making more money. That's not it. And that department is very, very capable. I work very closely with them, finding their GIS specialists. They're very capable. But that's what I see as a manpower, compensation, fair labor standards, all of that going on.
But the issue is not Chris.
It's not Chris.
Chris is salaried. Whatever hours he works is what he works.
Right.
The issue is actually the support staff. Whether a charity is already working 40 hours a week.
40 hours a week, right.
And if she can get, if it causes her to have to work more on a regular basis, then increasing the staff in the department is the better way to go, rather than be hung up with overtime for a lot of overtime over a period of a year.
Right, yeah.
What doesn't,
Rather
That's
than
the
providing-
issue, that's an issue that needs to be discussed, not only with the commissioners, because it's the commissioners that have entered into this agreement with Butler, but then it needs to be taken to the HR committee and discussed there.
Wouldn't it start with the department head requesting more time or more people? I mean,
That
not
was
here.
between the department head and the, he's an employee of the commissioners.
but doesn't,
Yeah, that's,
He's been to the commissioners. They've asked him if the work is going to be over what he and his staff can do, and he confirmed that, no, it is doable with what
so
they
he
have.
is, he is negotiating with, or he's talking with the commissioners, but
We're trying to make
bottom
it-
line is, this is a thing that the commissioners have entered into with Butler. That's where it needs to start.
we're trying to make a decision here against what the commissioners have said and what the department head have said.
Well, and I wouldn't say against.
But
I
contrary
mean,
to what he said.
What, the questions that Amy's asking are legitimate.
Yeah.
But it's getting an understanding of how it's to work, why it was even requested. That's the,
And I'm not sure enough questions were actually asked from the beginning. I watched the commissioners' meeting, and sure, I had lots of questions while I was trying to listen to it, but I will say the audio feed was not that good. But I did find out from Chris that it was not his whole department that he's talking about. I had assumed that it would be extra work for the GIS group, perhaps his, the building inspector, but no, it's simply the clerical staff. And, and again, human resources wasn't asked anything. They weren't even brought into the discussion.
So he felt like he has capacity there to handle that.
well, doesn't he have a work support from Butler? Don't he have someone in the office over there he works with?
no, that person's leaving. That's, I
Yeah, that's
believe, why
why
this
I think-
increase has happened. And actually, the mayor and the clerk treasurer are both back there in the audience. If they, but
Yeah.
Question is just whether you're gonna fund this or not. You're gonna fund from the money paid by Butler or not. So, that's the only issue.
And we're talking about an extra contract. It's a stipend, and you know how I feel about stipends. They're like, Halloween candy or candy at the parade. They're being thrown here. You get one and you get one. And we're talking about an ongoing situation. If Butler decides not to take it back, this is what that department is going to be doing for long term.
Well, they can end it if it's not going to work.
They could.
And the council doesn't decide the contract. The contract has already been agreed to by the commissioners. So like our attorney said, the council needs to decide whether they're going to use Butler's money to pay for it or not.
Any further questions? Because we're still looking at approving this on title first reading only. Do we have a motion?
We
to
have a
approve?
motion and a second.
We have one or need one?
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor of approving this ordinance on first reading title only signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, approved at 5-1. Okay, now we need a motion to suspend the rules. Do we have a motion to suspend the rules?
I'm not sure that it's going to be necessary to go there. I mean, we've already got one vote against it, passing it. I think needs to be more clarification on what this is all about from the commissioners. So if we delay this until the September meeting, hopefully we'll get those answers,
Okay,
what their expectation is.
do we want to continue this, or do we want more information from the commissioners? Now, we don't need that in the form of a motion.
No,
No.
no,
Do
we're
we
just,
have consensus from the council to hold this
yeah,
until we get,
Third reading.
okay,
anyway.
so we will hold off on this, Susan, until we get more information. We're running a little behind here. The next ordinance is
Can we just take those ordinance at the end of the meeting, so we get caught up a little bit? Or does this-
Well, we've got
That's not my
the innkeeper,
decision.
we've got
That's
Ryan here from the innkeepers,
Okay,
so let's go ahead and,
And I have the answer on the additional appropriation whenever you want it.
okay. So let's take a look at the innkeeper's tax. We had a motion last meeting to approve on title only. And do we need a motion to suspend?
No?
No.
No?
Just need a motion to pass on second and third readings.
We need a motion to pass on second and third.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve on second and third reading. Any further discussion?
we got a
Second?
I'll second that.
Second, I'm sorry, Bill. Second. Any further discussion?
This ordinance added a lot of teeth to making collections. It was hard to collect it,
It added some additional penalties, in the cost, and a little bit of extra ability to collect, yes. That's my understanding from talking to the treasurer. She requested these additional items in the ordinance to make it easier for her to collect and create additional penalties if they didn't pay.
and we were going from 5%, which is current, to 8%.
I don't know what the current is, but
Correct. 'cause
Is that correct, Susan?
it is
5 to 8, yes, and that is allowed because of a
they changed the statute to increase it for those counties, I don't want to get in the weeds of this, that don't have a special state statute for their innkeeper's tax.
We can set that at between the 5 and 8.
Anything, well, yeah, you can set it from, well, if you pass this ordinance, it'd be 8%. If you don't want to pass this ordinance and have a lesser amount, then you'd have to vote no on the ordinance.
We passed the first reading, so we'd have to vote this down and then do a new ordinance.
Yes.
Any further discussion from the council?
I guess I would like to see it lowered back to 5. Still stick with the ordinance in its current writing, but just lower the percentage.
At 5%, you want the additional, you want the additional collection and penalty.
Correct. The only thing that would change would be the percentage.
5%.
Before we change it.
Brian?
Yeah, I just like to. We made a presentation.
How long ago was that?
It's probably been, ours is pretty much.
Grace County is 8% also, isn't it? Mhm.
Are hotels consistently raising their prices so that you are then making more off of your, if they're raising their price, your 5% then is increased?
But, I mean,
the Visitors Bureau promotes the tourism within DeKalb County they're very excellent at the job that they've done over the last few years. And this county depends as a big income with our visitors coming in for ACD, museums, and festivals and things that we have. They do not promote just Auburn or just the ACD Museum, but they support the entire county. The railroad issues, in Garrett, everything. They benefit all of us. And their board includes members from all of the different towns in DeKalb County, along with our county appointments. I think you're looking at doing grants for, that you can award funding for new projects.
And we had that in our initial presentation last year.
Right.
Because this is largely a how many
And the services that the Visitors Bureau is providing is not being paid for. Yeah, it's very important to to other businesses, the restaurant business and things like that. But it's services that do not have to come from the county general fund. The taxpayers of DeKalb County do not have to support or pay for the services that the Visitors Bureau is providing to many of our not-for-profit organizations and our retail businesses. So this is, I think, the best way, the most ideal way to have these services and not have our residents pay for it. And our residents are, if I go to a hotel in Indianapolis or anywhere else, I'm paying 8% and probably more because of food and beverage taxes and everything else, which we don't have here. So I think this is a fair tax.
This Visitors Bureau brings millions into the county. I mean, it's just an incredible tool here for the county, for tourism, and at no expense to the taxpayer here within the county. So, anybody else have any questions?
I was just going to comment, maybe a question too. Having been on that board 25 years ago, when all we did was billboards and flyers at the rest areas, that was the extent of what we were able to do back then. Now there's so much technology and Google ads and geo-fencing where they actually promote on people's cell phones when you come into an area. Hey, there's a museum here. They stop. I mean, there's crazy technology that you guys are using. I assume by getting more money, you'll be able to run more of that, as well as give those grants. We never used to give grants. I mean, maybe $5,000 for the whole year to everybody. Now you're doing grants to all these little festivals so they can afford to print a flyer or whatever, and you know.
Do we have any more questions for Ryan? Because we do have a motion, it's been properly seconded to amend the ordinance from 5 to 8%. And hearing none, you're welcome. I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor of amending the ordinance?
No.
On second and third readings.
On second and third reading, thank you. From 5 to 8%, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion is carried 5-1. Now, Susan, we're good. Okay, we're running a little behind, want to pick up here a little bit. We'll move the updated job description, we'll move that towards the end of the meeting. Randy Fox, airport update.
If I may suggest, after Randy's done, we take a short break.
We can do that.
Second that.
I'll try to be prompt.
You don't have to do that.
The T-hanger project at the airport is proceeding, but it was held up by some permitting. John Feister and I from BFNS attended the drainage board the other day. When we extended the runway, we put a big detention pond at the east end to catch the runoff. The 3 new hangars are going to cause more runoff, and it's going to go into that drain. We got a positive approval from the drainage board last Thursday, so I'm assuming we'll hear more about it Friday at the board meeting, that the T-hanger projects can now go ahead, because I think that was the holdup, was the drainage issue. So
That's not to create standing water, that's just a holding area until it goes.
yeah, there's a big detention pond with, I don't know what the little size pipe is, so that it eventually drains out, but it takes it a number of days to do that so that we don't overwhelm all the drainage that, the regulated drains that the county, that we drain into. We had 2 firsts in July. We had a DC-9 jet aircraft, which basically has 22,000, almost 23,000 pounds of cargo capability that came in and used the runway. My expectation is that without the additional 2,000 feet, we never would have seen that aircraft here. Whether they're testing it out, whether they stopped in to refuel, I'm not sure yet. Again, we'll probably find out Friday at the board meeting. We also had an electric aircraft land at the airport. I don't know if you guys got the pictures, Russ provided those. We've discussed in the past electric infrastructure at the airport. I've got an EV, and other than my home, I know of 4 places in DeKalb County that I can charge my car if I needed to. And we've talked about putting vehicle chargers in at the airport. We've got 440 three-phase at the airport, so my expectation is if this is the first, it won't be the last. And so some electric infrastructure probably is going to happen here shortly. July was our busiest month ever. I was approached personally last week saying, you know, I'm kind of concerned because the taxpayers paid for the airport and they don't get to use it. There were 1,783 single-engine aircraft operations at DeKalb County Airport, DeKalb Executive Airport, in the month of July. And every one of those aircraft is likely either a club aircraft or personally owned. 1,700 operations just there. Plus, there were 158 business jets in or out, 140 helicopter operations, and 140 multi-engine aircraft operations. So our use is going up. We expect that to extend. We will be opening bids, I believe, this coming Friday for the board meeting on the runway extension or the repair of the initial 5,000 feet of runway. Again, that's going to be all milled out. The surface beneath it will be constituted with some concrete, stabilized, and then 5.5 inches of blacktop will be added back to the runway, which is 100 feet wide and 5,000 feet long that we're going to do next summer. That's likely to take 2 months that will be closed. There'll be no aircraft in or out. We'll be open for a month after that for that. I think the term is to cure blacktop. And then they'll come back and it'll take almost a month to do grooving down the entire length of it for, again, safety and control when aircraft land in less than optimum conditions. So that's all upcoming. And again, we'll hear about that shortly. Our 2027 levy is pretty much unchanged. In the almost 9 years I've been on the board, I think our total levy has only gone up by 0.3%. Over the 11 years I was there, and Russ tells me it's closer to 14. So we're not asking for any more. We're trying to keep everything in control and use what we can with income and expansion to fund ourselves. And then last month I invited you all to come out for the fly-in lunch, and nobody came. And I mean nobody. The smoke was so heavy that day that the ceiling was 400 feet. And if you wanted to come into any airport in Northeast Indiana, you had to be instrument rated to find the airport and land because of the smoke from the Canadian fire. So we will have, on the third Friday, we will have the fly-in lunch from 11 to 1, and then the DeKalb County Airport Board meeting is then from 1 to whatever. And you're all invited to attend if you choose. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Randy, you mentioned about putting EV charging capabilities in. Would that include electric aircraft capabilities or?
Well, we haven't had any electric aircraft in up until this one. Russ says this is the first aircraft of this type. We were actually in the running to have a company come in that was going to build electric aircraft, and they would have been pretty much on the airport site. We didn't achieve that, but they were talking about building 5,000 fully electric aircraft a year. So I don't think this is going to go away. You know, my EV right now has one of the big heavy batteries in it. I still get about 290 miles out of a charge, but there's battery technology on the way, and some of it's being implemented now where the battery packs weigh 1/3 as much and can pack twice as much energy. So that's going to make aircraft more capable. And I'm paying about $7 a week to run my car. I've had it for just about a year. I've got almost 12,000 miles on it, and I'm paying between $5 and $7 a week to drive the EV. So I expect at $5 to $7 a gallon for aircraft fuel, I anticipate for local aircraft that electric's probably going to become more pervasive over the short term and very pervasive over the long term.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments for Randy?
Just one, I think it's probably an error, but the stats for the month.
Yeah,
It jumps from June to August. I
Yes.
assume that's supposed to be July?
that's supposed to be July, yes. Yeah, I verified that, but it was too
Tell Russ
late.
he needs to correct that.
Yes, it was too late to do that, but we'll get it fixed for next month.
All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Randy. As always, a great report.
Thank you.
Hey, we'll take a 10-minute recess, come back at 20 after, and then we'll get to Jason and Ann as soon as we get back.
Can we do that last additional real quick, please?
Okay,
So for community corrections, they received 4,768 from Drug Free. They received $1,250 from Walmart. The Walmart one dates back all the way to 2023. So there's a total of $6,018 that would have been available to be spent. We only appropriated $4,000 because it was estimate. So she's only requesting the difference and not quite the difference. There's actually $2,018 that could be appropriated, but she only needs the $1,199.89. The Walmart grant has already been paid in full. That explanation here is confusing. She knew what she was trying to say, but the Walmart grant has been paid in full. It's not the Walmart grant dollars that will end up paying for these drug screenings.
All right, so when you say paid in full, you meant spent in full.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it doesn't associate with Walmart at all.
It doesn't associate with Walmart at all, correct?
Thank you for clearing that up, appreciate it.
Yep.
Amy, you good, Amy,
So do
you
we
good
need-
on that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
So we need a vote on it?
we need a motion to approve.
We need both, motion, second, all of it.
I'll move that we
Okay, we have a
approve.
motion by Rick Ring.
I'll second.
Second by Amy Prosser. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the, I don't have the number.
Community corrections, $1,199.89.
89 cents. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried.
Hey,
We'll
Dave.
stand in recess till about.
Just make sure we don't miss the other piece of the updated probation job descriptions. I think we skipped over that. I just want to make sure that we either catch it now or,
I think we're trying to catch up and we'll bring that back.
okay,
Well, yeah, that'll be.
okay. Just want to let Dottie know.
Yep. How are you doing today, Billy? We are back in session. Jason, it's your floor.
Okay, thank you. So I've handed out a, piece of paper in front of all the organizations.
And this is what was presented to the commissioners on August 3rd about some DeKalb County courthouse security recommendations that the committee had came up with. I'm just going to read the top 3 paragraphs, and then we'll go into the discussion about the one project that's remaining. So the 4 recommendations were decided by the Courthouse Security Committee. We had a free courthouse security assessment performed by Sheriff Dowdell from Indianapolis. These recommendations are a result of a 31-page report and Courthouse Security Committee meeting discussions since June 2025. That's when we first started meeting, was a year ago, a little over a year ago. We would like to mention that we have already completed some of these recommendations included within the security assessment. And as a committee, we went through the report, all 31 pages together, and separated items by 2026 goals, which were immediate, 1 to 3 year goals, short term, and then not doing at this time, long term. The 4 projects listed in order by the Courthouse Security Committee with financial estimates, and again, these are price estimates. They may have increased because some of these projects started in June 2025 when we started seeking some of these costs. I'm referring to these projects by numbers so we don't openly communicate our courthouse security gaps. So again, the projects 2, 3, and 4 were already approved by the commissioners. They're going to fund those. They did that on the August 3rd meeting. So what I'm coming to you today is for approval to fund project number 1 for $46,982. Is there any questions regarding the projects or the committee members or anything of that sort?
We talked briefly about the security film and what it can do. You want to just kind of give a nutshell again on the security film?
Yeah, so so what we're looking at doing is enhancing the security on the exterior and the interior of the courthouse. So some of these projects, they're not only safety and security things, they're also requirements for people to not be able to see what people are working on from their computers and things of that sort. So some of these projects are actually more than just safety and security. They're also addressing other potential funding things that would come down the line if we don't do this particular project now.
This is film around the outside and the inside too,
It's all 3 floors.
on the outside the windows, so no one can see in if there's a council meeting going on. Let us in there.
Yeah, it's for security purposes, yep.
Just to address some of the questions that I was asked yesterday by a couple of citizens. This security committee has been meeting for a number of months, going back into 25.
June 2025.
Okay. And we did have a professional come in and evaluate our needs, and we've been given that report. And so this is to address the issues that we've decided are priorities.
So Sheriff Dowdell from Indianapolis came in and did a free assessment of the courthouse, just the courthouse, none of the other county buildings. And that created a 31-page report.
Okay.
So then the committee of the 8 people listed below, which consists of Terry Yard, Commissioner, Dave Yard, Council President, Patrick Jessup, Judge, Brady Thomas, Sheriff, Neil Bly, Prosecutor, Dana Hedrick, Clerk, Corey Heffelfinger, Police Chief of Auburn, and then myself. So we went through that report and we listed the recommendations with the realization that not everything can be done at once. So then we realized, okay, how can we separate these? So we looked at what's our immediate needs for safety and security to the courthouse. Those became the 2026 goals. And then we looked at 1 to 3 year things that we could look at that maybe have a little bit less time element to it, that, or maybe a more costly thing. So we're going to address those later. And then the ones that we're not going to address now, Some of those projects weren't realistic to the type of construction the building is right now, and we're not going to be able to change that. So some of the systems and processes that we do, we have no control over because of how the courthouse is constructed and where the entrances are at. The building's already in existence. So there were some things that were recommended that we really just can't do right now, just due to the lay of the land.
And why I wanted you to point that out is that the questions that I was getting were based on our historic inability to develop a written plan on where we want to be from today to 5 years from now to 10 years from now. And I just wanted to address the fact that we are currently doing that our three commissioners are moving forward with developing plans. And
So separate from this, not to take away from this discussion, but also after this gets worked through, my next objective is to, during the department head meeting, safety and security was brought up for all county buildings. So after these projects get going, my next objective as emergency management is to send an email to all the department heads and council and commissioners and ask for at least one representative from each of the county buildings so we can do the same thing and talk about safety and security for all of our county facilities. My hope is with this, once we get kind of some ideas about where are some of our safety and security issues, we can take that report and look at the space study report. And how can we blend those two together and make the most beneficial and cost-effective decisions for the council and commissioners on maybe what departments should be in what buildings, or how do we address safety and security issues, not just for the employees, but also for the people that are coming in to do business. So that's some of the projects that we're working on moving forward after this.
thank you, Jim.
That 31 page, are we that much deficient in safety in this place?
Not bad. Some of this stuff was, for example, I'll give you one example that we've already done, was one of the access door that has a key card system. That list had a bunch of people on it that some of them weren't even employees anymore. So the sheriff had sent an email out to all the employees, if you want card access to the courthouse, you need to submit this form. And we went through and redid that group. So now we have a good list of who has access into the courthouse through the card system. So that was one example of a change that we made that didn't cost any money. It was just a housekeeping thing. So those are kind of the projects that we're working on. So not all of them have a cost, and some of the costs are very minimal to change that.
But what started this research? Was there a threat, or is this something we're getting ahead of the ball, or getting ahead of the game?
So this is something that the sheriff had recommended based on law.
On what?
Recommendation. Okay. The sheriff had formed this committee in 2025 based on recommendations from the court system. Yeah, go ahead.
Bill, to address your question, it was just Sheriff Dowdell is the sheriff of the Indiana Supreme Court. This is part of what he does as his profession, is evaluations of courthouses throughout the state. So that's a free service. So basically, we just, when I helped get the Courthouse Security Committee reformed, that was one of the first steps that we did, was ask him to come up and give us an evaluation. The fact that it's a 31-page report, that's just the length of every report that's provided. Within that, it breaks down the different areas of the building. So they're all lengthy. It's just, and then throughout that report, it points out recommendations. So it was just a proactive step that we took.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
And I know that Dottie's not here anymore, but if we have people that were still on the list with cards that aren't here anymore, certainly that's part of the onboarding of an employee. When they leave, that we go through all these lists and make sure people are removed and added where they need to be added, and removed from, so that system needs to be corrected or updated, and working with HR would be a good thing.
I'd just like to compliment Jason on his thorough organizational skills on putting these meetings together. I mean, you were very thorough, your systematic approach, you prioritized, and you did an excellent job on putting this together. You really did.
Thank you.
And so thank you for your expertise on that. Now, what you need from us, and I'm going to look at council, I'm going to look at Susan, because I want this to be worded right. We're not voting on approving the money here. What he needs, when he leaves here, is that if we are going to support this.
He needs to know if the council is going to fund it so that the team will know whether that project is going to be completed. If the council agrees that it's important and they're going to fund the first,
Then it comes back for
then
a vote.
it will come, yeah, then it will come back.
So,
But we're not gonna get very much information on what this 46,000 going to, right?
We are discussing it by project number because we do not want the public to know what our security measures are.
that's basically the film that goes over the windows, Bill. This part from the,
So, projects 2, 3, and 4, the commissioners already have decided to fund those because they have the budgetary line item to do that. What I'm coming to you for today is to seek additional $46,982 from somewhere, wherever you decide, so we could put that towards that number 1 project.
we do this by consensus,
Is
or
that
do we need a vote?
From today, so is it,
The number,
can it change?
Larry, first of the year is when we got the quote. So it's probably gone
It's
up a
gonna be
little
more
bit.
than that. Okay, thank you.
Susan, is there enough funding in cum cap, or would this have to come out of general?
Give me 1 second. And if you all read the paper I provided you, in the red, it explains why this is happening. I can probably make cum cap work.
It is, it's, I think,
Can we do this on a consensus, or do we need a motion? Consensus, okay. Do we have consensus from the council to support the funding so that Jason here can move on? We have consensus, so we are in agreement that
If it's approved, yes, we want to do all 4 projects this year. And the other 3 have started, as far as we've done the contracts, so those things are in motion now. We're just waiting on this 4th proposal to be able to move forward and start that project. Correct. Yep. Yes.
So, Jason, you have consensus from the council. The next step will be to come back for a vote on this to yea or nay.
Okay.
I'll have to submit that. I'll submit the additional.
Okay. So you don't need anything else from me right now? Okay.
We're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
thanks, Jason.
Ann Fincham.
Hello, I'm Ann Fincham, Auburn Main Street. Thank you for having me today. I am here to talk about the DeKalb County Veteran Memorial. It was installed and ribbon cutting was done last year in December. And this project started as a youth project with the Junior Auburn Main Street along with Post 97 and the city of Auburn because it's eventually going to be in their property to handle. But we erected that monument, and we are at the final stages of adding the names to the memorial. And if you've been by it, it's a limestone memorial. The engraving on it was restricted to a certain size with it being a self-standing memorial like that. It's been recommended that we do panels of granite to go on each section so that we can do smaller font, which shouldn't be an issue because you can walk up really close to the memorial pillars. But what we did find is that it cost is going to be, to do that versus what we had initially hoped to do, is going to be quite a bit more. So we did propose to request that the project itself, to finish up this portion of it, which is costing about $62,108, would be split upon county and the county towns and the county government. And so we've asked, we've been to Waterloo, Butler, Garrett, Auburn, and the county commissioners so far for the portions, which have been approved and supported. But we need to ask upon the county council if they would approve the final amount for the DeKalb County portion not to exceed $14,175 to be collected in the fall once it's completed, once the project's completed.
That's not the total, right?
No, the total for the county would be $27,674, and the commissioners have approved the $14,175 for the initial. But they did request that we came to the county council for the other portion. So that's why I'm here today.
And you also reached out to private groups for additional funding or help with the funding?
So the funding itself, we raised over $194,000, about $500, and that fundraising campaign and all of that had been completed in the previous year. You know, it started in 94, 95, and then we finished the memorial in 95. And to date, even now, this year, through some private donations and in kind, they finished the parking lot next to it and a walk space along with some landscaping to go up there. So from the parking lot to the memorial, there's a sidewalk so that it's accessible. That's been completed this year. That's not in those numbers. We're probably closer to 240,000. Will probably be very close to a $300,000 total value, like total cost once it's completed. So unfortunately, what we were hopeful as far as how we could engrave on the type of stone we chose due to cost, it's probably would have been better in hindsight to use a different stone right from the beginning and just fundraise for the entire thing. But it was gonna put it right to where our price point's gonna end up being now. So we're hoping to keep the costs down. But that engraving portion we feel will be very meaningful to our community and to the veterans who've served our county, to have the names. And it'd be continue. We have a small fund set up currently from the funding that we did raise to continue engraving names, but we'll continue asking for a donation to have names added now that we've done this fundraising initially, so that we'll have some perpetuity with it. And there's a small fund that's set up with the Parks Department for maintenance and upkeep, and then Post 97 plans to continue upgrade, keeping the flags nice and that type of thing for the monument.
The City of Auburn is doing a lot of support for its ongoing maintenance over the years.
Absolutely.
And that initial fundraising was pretty widespread, like lots of
all throughout the
veterans organizations, foundations, and groups gave to that initial $240,000.
Yeah.
Well, I either walk by it or drive by it a dozen times a day, and it's looking very nice and very beautiful, and it's made a real improvement to that little stretch of street right there. So
thank you.
Well, and what we can do today as a council is, like we did with Jason Meek, give you a consensus where the council will support the $13,499. We cannot approve that today, because that will have to be advertised. But if we have consensus from the council.
And where you want it paid from.
And where we want it to pay from.
Like, do you want it out of the council's budget? Somebody else's
Where,
budget?
where is the commissioners doing theirs?
Lighted.
Okay, so what, are you saying we'd have to put money into the council budget so that we could pay it, or can we just have it paid out of general?
Well, it has to go in somebody's budget. You can put it in commissioner's budget if you want, but
Oh, no, they're asking us, I suppose it should be a council
it's
budget.
gonna be county general no matter what.
Yeah, it should be council budget.
So do we have consensus from the council that this will come from the council's budget and that, to give Ann this, showing that we are supporting her in her efforts here for $13,499. Do we have consensus?
Oh, yeah.
And we have consensus, so.
Thank you so much.
Come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay, Jeff Peters. Sorry, we're running late. We usually don't do that.
Do we want Jeff, or do we want,
I was going to ask that question myself.
I was gonna
Would you
say,
rather
do we
hear
want to
about the
start with
project
Jeff?
first
I mean,
or
we're
whether you
talking the
want to
jail
undertake it?
project, but I think maybe you better get Kellen up here first.
So, okay,
He's standing outside explaining something.
he's waving his arms.
Then the sheriff.
Ellen, you're up.
What am I up for?
You know.
Jail.
Jail, okay. There's not much more for me to ask, except for I have a team of people here to answer any questions that you guys have about the jail.
What is it you want us to do?
What I've asked you to
better
do-
start at the beginning,
Okay.
Kellen, and
So I've come
explain.
up here a couple of times, had some questions about you guys, if you guys are wanting to proceed with funding the jail. The commissioners have, the blueprints are 95% done, right? Tony Vi, he's with the Elevitis, he's the blueprints that was put together back in 2001. 21. I'm sorry. I was like 2020, like those are some old blueprints. 2021, we're at the point where the jail discussion is, are you guys willing to fund it or not at this point? I mean, there's not much more prepping we can do before we start spending some real money on it. And the commissioners feel like we don't want to spend any more money if you guys aren't comfortable with whatever process that you guys have to do to fund the project. I watched the last council meeting. You guys had a lot of questions, so I brought Envoy, who would be possibly, they do BOT, so they can ask questions about that. Jeff Peters is here. He's your financial advisor. You can ask questions about the plan of how to do it. And then you have Tony Vi, who is the Elevitis designer. He can ask questions about the design. So outside of that, I'm going to just step back and let the experts talk about the jail.
So I guess we should start with the bot issue and what would Elevitis do? From Tony, I suppose we need, or from either one of you, kind of what's the estimate on the cost of the jail? We've gone from 30-something now to 50, so.
Hello, I'm Rich Taylor, Vice President Envoy. Envoy's been around since 1982, building similar projects across the state of Indiana. What we're prepared to commit today, if you did move forward, is a not-to-exceed cost. Few things, you have some blessing and some curses. One is the curse is that in 2021, when these drawings were almost completed, the county chose not to pursue the project. Costs have significantly escalated because of that decision. Costs will typically escalate, anywhere from 6 to possibly 10%, depending on the year, each year that a project is delayed. That's just the nature of time value of money and the escalation of materials, labor, et cetera, costs. So Tony Vi here is a great designer with Elevatis. They do jails throughout the state of Indiana. They took this project in 2021 to 90% drawings and provided at the time a conceptual estimate.
We took those drawings at no cost to the county and provided an update to those costs for which we are committed to delivering the project under a build, operate, transfer process at a not to exceed. Under the build, operate, transfer process, the benefit of the process is you receive what's called a guaranteed maximum price at the end of the scoping period. So you hire a team, a developer, design team, they will finish the drawings, they will commit to a cost for which then no change orders, and the project's delivered at that cost. The only risk that you still retain on the county side is what's called the site risk. So if you go to the site, you excavate, you find contaminated soils, or which you've already built at the site, so you already know most of these issues are not a risk. But those are the only risks you typically maintain on a BOT project. But there's missing on the drawings, we didn't estimate something correctly. That risk is the development's team to eat those costs, even if it means that we lose money on the project. So that's what's the benefit of the BOT project to the county. You guys have done a successful BOT project previously, so I know many of you are familiar with the process. Help answer any questions with that. Once our teams work together to develop the not to exceed cost, Jeff Peters, your municipal advisor, took that information and had developed a plan on how to fund the project. That's about a 10,000-foot overview. Happy to get in any weeds to the cost, to the process, and Tony and I and Jeff and our team are here to answer any questions today.
Was there any changes that have occurred in technology or what the requirements or codes since 21? It's quite a long time, and so have we addressed any of those changes that we need to make in the plans before we get this not to exceed costs?
Yeah, 100%, Bob. There's going to be a process to get the project going again, and that looks like, so when we first drew this, we took it at 95% because we intentionally knew when we were going to come back to finish it, there was going to be things like that to do. So step one will be to evaluate those sorts of things you just described. Are there updated codes, jail standards, those sorts of things that are going to force our hand to make some design changes? So that's the first thing that we're going to look at. Two, if you remember, the jail was designed under a different administration, and I think we really owe it to the current sheriff to be able to have he and his leadership team have a say about the final design. In fact, we kind of started that process just preemptively getting rolling because I want to know where his head is. And we toured the Fulton County facility, which the design of this facility was based on that jail. It was, if you remember back, we delivered the design of your jail utilizing our prototype delivery method. So there will be a process to see if there's any design changes the county would like. So to answer your question, absolutely. And our aim is to do that and make any design changes at no cost, no additional cost to the county, but we'll have to evaluate if we come in and we've got a lot of design changes and we just got to evaluate that at each request one at a time.
Yeah, just especially in technology stuff. I mean,
yes, 6
years is a long time in technology, and there may be some upgrades there that we would be silly not to look at.
1,000%, yeah. Especially with the security electronic systems these days. So, and that'll be part of the updating the documents and finishing them.
Tony, how many of those, that prototype started with Adams County?
We did.
How many of those have you built in Indiana?
So this would be number 7, so we built 6 of them.
Counselor, to your point, that's why we can be so confident in this data related to cost, because it's a design that's been built over and over, so there's very, very firm data.
And you've learned from every one of those.
Yeah.
This is the pod system, correct?
It is, yeah. Yeah, the housing pod is, for the number of beds that is in the design, it's one pod. It fits in one pod. The facility is designed to easily expand in the future, so when the sheriff needs more bed capacity, another pod can easily be added on without disturbing any of his operations.
We're hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't happen either, or two.
So much of the cost, I mean, it's related directly to the size of the bed, number of beds. Have we got a firm number on that? I know there's been a lot of discussion. There was a number we set back then based upon, that was before community corrections.
And that
I don't know if it
number-
changes
And that
now.
number was actually predicted in a study that was done in 2016. So it's 10 years old.
Yeah, so, I mean, who's addressing that before we get this final number to know what the actual number of beds we should build? 'Cause
Yeah, that's a really good point, and that would be, that's a bed population study that we can update very, very easily and quickly. It's a matter of crunching data. We'll have to ask the sheriff for some historic data since 2016, just to update the bed projection.
And you can't just say, 150 beds, because it's got to be so many beds of a certain type that maybe only serve a certain population, like unconvicted females, unconvicted males, convicted males, convicted females, any juveniles, mental health issues, general medical issues. So there are a whole lot of numbers that you can't just total together and come up with a magic 150 or 180. So,
Yeah.
Do you do those studies, or did you say the sheriff has to do that, and where are we at in that process?
Now, Elevatus can do that study. Back in 2016, it was a gentleman named Rod Miller, and he was actually in process of doing the same kind of study for Marion County, and he's from Michigan, so he was actually just making a pit stop. And I believe he did that study pro bono on his way through town. So, yeah, it's a great start, but it's something Elevatus does on the regular as well, and we have the knowledge and the expertise.
Question, and maybe addressed it, and I apologize if I missed it, but on the not-to-exceed costs, if things look like they're starting to go south at a pretty good number, is there ever a compromise on materials or a reduction or what to meet that not-exceed cost?
So the not-to-exceed cost is based on the drawings as they are today, assuming completion of the drawings as the project is designed now. There's also contingencies in there, so forth, for some of the components that aren't designed yet. So there's definitely opportunities to what we call value engineer the project to reduce costs as we complete and finalize the design.
Another approach we can take to kind of safeguarding our budget is what we call creating some alternates that we can bid as alternates on bid day. An example of that, a very common one to help control budget is if you've got a modular housing unit, and in that pod, you've got 8 to 10 housing units, okay? Ideally, those are all 2-person cells or 4-person cells. But those cells are expensive. We can, as an alternate, bid those as a dorm-style housing, which is a lot less money, but it's harder to manage, harder to operate. So it's one of those balance the budget with the operations and what the sheriff needs to operate. But we can bid that as an alternate. So on bid day, if we're real close and the alternate, say, saves $400,000, I'm just going to throw a number out there. I don't know really what it is, but $400,000. At that point in time, you can say, you know what, it fits the budget, we can do the cells, or no, it doesn't fit the budget, sorry, Sheriff, you got to live with the dorm.
Who has the oversight? I mean, does the county have a oversight manager? You have one? Is it a team? How is this overseen?
So Envoy, if selected, would be the one managing and oversight of the project as the BOT developer, working with Tony and his team to manage design, working with our trade contracting partners, making sure everything on the site is safe and operating efficiently and controlling costs. I do believe that the commissioners intend to hire what's would be called an owner's rep or a project manager to be the fiduciary agent on behalf of the county to go out and do construction inspection and so forth. Just be the eyes and ears and expert on the county side of the contract to just oversee, construction, making sure everything is to what was agreed upon. That's typical for complicated projects like this. We're doing that very same thing for Howard County right now. And luckily, you're not in their situation. They were court-ordered and had to go in front of a federal judge, the county council president, the county board of commissioner president, and were told they were building a jail. And theirs is, significantly larger, significantly more money. Luckily, you guys aren't at that position right now. So being proactive is, and looking at something now is going to save from future cost escalations and possible issues with litigation.
Can you just explain what the bot system is? How does it work? What are,
Yes.
how do you guys work together? Because obviously you're standing there together, so that insinuates some type of partnership that you're going to do. So instead of us trying to grasp at questions, can you summarize what it is exactly, how you work, what the advantages and maybe disadvantages would be to us as the county? And then just tell us, what does this overall project look like and how is it run?
Build, operate, transfer is a delivery method that provides a few features and benefits. One of the big ones is cost certainty. So the way the contract structure works is you hire a team. Typically when you design it, you bid it, you build it, the county would have multiple contracts. They would have a contract with the architect and engineer, so they're holding what's called that contract risk, and they would hire a general contractor, right? That general contractor would put a bid together and put the bid cost to those design drawings. However, since the county is holding the design contract, if they didn't include items in the bid and you missed it when evaluating those bids, it creates what's called change orders. General contractors are very good at finding what's called scope gap or admissions in the drawings. So they even sometimes can bid it below or at what their cost is, knowing that they see all these misses in the drawings to then change order the final contract value later in the process. I actually sit in your guys' seat similarly and deal with public projects. The last design bid build project we did in our community was a $6.6 million project. Had 74 change orders. The final contract value after bid day was 13% higher than what it was bid at using the design bid build technique. In this case, you select a development partner that holds all that design risk, the contract with the designer, the contract with all the subcontractors, and goes through what's called a scoping process. So during the scoping process, we work with the county, the sheriff's department, your municipal advisor, and the design team to then develop what's called a guaranteed maximum price. And then we're on the hook to deliver that project at that price. So in the case of those scope gaps or those emissions, if we don't put a value to it as a team, then we eat those costs. They do not change that price to you, the county, the owner of this project. So it's become the delivery method of choice because of that cost certainty. None of us like having to go to the taxpayers or you issue a bond for a project and then all of a sudden you're having to come up with 10% more than what you originally planned for the project because of these misses. That's one of the major pros. The other thing is we can design to a budget. When you do design bid build, you design the project, you think you know what the costs are, and then you take it out to bid, and then you're surprised on bid day. So then you have to go back and redesign it, and then you have to put the design drawings back on the street again, receive another bid, hope that the changes to the documents, design drawings, fit the budget for which you set. And this way, you set, just like today, if we say we're going to commit to the number today, we design exactly that number. So it gives your bond counsel, your municipal advisor, you guys as the fiscal body that's responsible to taxpayers, know that you're only committing taxpayers to a certain cost. The cons of the delivery, and there's ways to overcome them. So I do this presentation at the Commissioners Association and City Towns and Townships Association. The cons could be transparency if you don't demand transparency in the process. Because it's easy for somebody to commit to a number if they don't provide you the underlying details of what that number is made up of. So how do you demand transparency? You require that the team provide the scope level bids. So you know that mechanicals cost X because that's what the bids were. You just don't accept the number without the bids underneath it. So that could be a con if you don't run the process in the way philosophically we like to approach the process. At the end of the day, it's taxpayer dollars, and we need to be transparent with those taxpayer dollars. So that can be one of the cons of the delivery method. One of the other pros is you set a guaranteed maximum price at the end of the process before you begin construction. Here's the benefit to you, to the county. If that project comes in $1 million less, you can negotiate shared savings, or all the savings are returned back to the county. So if the team commits to a price and that price comes in actually less than what they committed to, you can get that money back. And you could use it for additional scope on the project, or you could use it for furniture, fixtures, and equipment that the sheriff and his deputies and jailers may need for the project. And that goes back to the transparency. You don't know if you're going to have savings unless you require transparency from your partner to show that there are those savings. So those are some of the very important features and benefits. What we call it in the industry is one throat to choke. You have one contract with the developer. If their concrete person pours concrete incorrectly, you don't have to go chase a concrete person to have the concrete poured fixed. The company is on the hook. If there's it also creates a very collaborative situation. Usually, a lot of times what can happen in design bid build, or what's called construction manager as constructor, since there's two different contracts between who's putting the cost to the drawings and who's creating the drawings, it creates conflict. The architect may say, well, no, I think it should cost this much because this is what it cost last time. The construction manager could say, oh, no, well, you designed this the way you shouldn't have designed, and that's why it costs more. In this case, there's none of that because it's one contract, it's one throat to choke, it's the developer's responsible for working with this team to deliver the product at the cost that they committed to.
Having gone through the community corrections construction and knowing that it took 12 months of trying to get things fixed after the fact, and still things are been frustrating with the construction and the way things were done.
Mm-hmm.
How does that change with a BOT? I'm kind of in favor of BOT, but I don't know how that is. You deliver it and you give it to us, but then when those things arise and this isn't working, the HVAC isn't working the way it's supposed to, and these rooms are hot, or whatever those things might be, and there was a bunch of them in community corrections, how do we work with you after you've delivered it to get those things?
Yeah, we're at risk to ensure that those things are fixed versus a general contractor working with multiple subs, or if you have a multiple prime, meaning you've hired multiple prime contracts with multiple contractors, you don't have to worry about the mechanical contractor chasing them down.
Right.
We have to fix that for you.
But there's something in our contract that you're going to make sure that for a period of time,
that's right,
it functions the way it's supposed to function.
Yep.
Some kind of warranty, some kind of guarantee.
You'll have your like roofing and equipment warranties, right, that extend for, the life of the equipment manufacturing. Under this delivery too, you can negotiate longer warranties. There's a cost for that. There's almost always a 1-year warranty on labor and general workmanship, but then you'll have those extended warranties. We've actually done a BOT where the community requested a 2-year warranty on that type of, on those type of items.
But the good thing is, we're only dealing with you, only you, not the architect and the contractor fighting over whose fault it was.
That's right. One throat to choke.
I've been there. That's why I do design build.
And now, and Bob's brought it up, and this is beyond what we're talking about here, but, you know, talking about the jail design having been done previously, community corrections having been done, and when we separated the project, there were some shared services that could be used by both community corrections and the jail, like the kitchen, like the laundry and things like that. Are the commissioners still looking at kind of connecting those buildings so that we can maybe get some of those shared services?
So yeah, when we did the community corrections, there is actually a kitchen and a laundry room in there, so they don't have to be dependent on the jail. Both of those facilities would not support the jail, so.
Right. I didn't think they would, but I was hoping that maybe the jail would, and, because I know there's been issues with the kitchen and things like that out there.
Yeah, if memory serves, it was the temperature, the water temperature. And I think that's been resolved. But one thing that we are doing when we design the community corrections, we talk through the site design and we talk through deliveries and the size trucks that we should plan for. And at the time, we were told that, it would be a box truck of this length. And not too long after it was operational, I get a call, hey, they're using semi-trucks. Now the semi-truck can't navigate. So the way we've cited this jail is we've taken this opportunity to correct that, i.e. one service drive in that can service both the community corrections and the jail with full semi-truck deliveries, and not have to drive through the community corrections parking and, hop over the islands and rut out there.
I was just reaching out because I know that we've got issues with the community corrections funding and that. I was looking to see if there were some shared services or some savings that we could get operationally after the jail was done.
Yeah, I mean, from an operational standpoint, it's probably a conversation with the sheriff and the community corrections. And I know that community corrections was designed to house a work release center. I'm not sure if that's still operational or not.
I was in some of those early meetings. I know we talked about shared intake and stuff, and I don't know if that's all gone. I don't know that shared intake is a part of the current plan.
No, it was.
That was originally an early idea, but.
Yeah, it was an early idea. It was actually originally, the original concept was one facility. So you could realize a lot of operational efficiencies. But then the decision was to just do the community corrections and the jail. So the community corrections was designed to stand.
At this point, there is no plan to somehow use community corrections in a way that would be connected to the new jail at all. They're going to stand as completely separate entities. That's the current plan.
Okay, now we got this. If we give you and I'm just throwing a number out there, like I say, 40 million. With these drawings, where do you go from here? You look and say, this is all we can do for 40 million, or do you go through it and come back and says, this is what we can offer you 45 if you want to go to 45 million? I'm just trying to decide the money we spend and what we have to do to raise our finances. But if I give you 40 million, I give it, if I give you 40 million, I'd be in jail for writing a bad check. But anyway, but if we say, okay, we'll go to 40 million, I'm just using this number. I have no clue what this is going to cost because I've heard all sorts of numbers. Yeah. You'll go back, look at the drawings and see if you can actually do it for 40, or will you make cuts so you can do it for 40, or how will you approach this? That's what I'd like to know.
We're, so in the process, you hire a developer to go through the scoping, develop a GMP. Now, if we were selected, if this team was selected, we are committed to the number that Jeff Peters is going to run through the financing with today, that we can commit to that number as a not to exceed, and then we work to reduce that number through the remaining scoping process. The situation is, though, is that because this is a prototype jail, there's plenty of benefits to that and how Elevatus designed this. One is that the cost data is intimately known. So the cost data is very, very clear. That's how we could stand up today and say, yes, today's the not to exceed number. So we know that the GMP will be at that number or less. That's very important. And two, that it's an efficient process because of how much work has already been done. And the cost to get to the GMP, to a guaranteed price, there's not going to be, as Tony had already mentioned, and from our team, there's not going to be any cost to get to that number, which would be on top of any, the number that Jeff will work through today. But so it's a request for proposals and qualifications. Yes, sir.
They're not technically hired yet by us, so I want to keep that in mind. So when they say they can work within these numbers, we still have to bid out for the BOT to see if people can come in. So before we go down the route of like, hey, just give us those numbers and we'll be good with it, the commissioners need to know if we're going to go forward with this jail project to know we can send out RFPs to bot instructors and everything else to put this team together, put them under contract, then again bring them back with you. So I just want to make sure you clarify that first.
The commissioners have made the decision to use the BOT method, the contract.
That's what I want to do, and that's what the consensus of the conversation with the other ones, but we're not officially put them out yet to do this. So as we have this conversation, before he gets down in the weeds, be like, okay, what's that number you guys are promising? I want you guys to understand that he's technically not under contract. He's just here to give you guys information. We're using Elevatus because if we didn't use his architectural plans, we'd probably have to spend another $500,000 to $1 million just to get new blueprints, which makes no sense. So the commissioners are okay with using that. I just want to clarify that to make sure before we start going down this path.
And I want to clarify something that extends what Amy was asking. And if we're talking a bot, are we talking about some type of a payment in a monthly basis, a yearly basis? Are we talking about bonding? Those are all going to be issues that Jeff is going to answer as to how we would pay for the bot services.
I just brought Rich from Envoy. Tony, sorry.
That's right.
And so that you guys can ask some of these questions because we're at the point as the commissioners, if you guys are comfortable going forward with this whole process, then we need to get our team under contract to get the information that you need. They're doing this at risk. He's up here for free answering your questions. He's here for free answering questions. You pay Jeff. Come answer.
All right, so I guess to answer that question, we need to start hearing from Jeff.
Yes.
Now we can bring Jeff up.
Yes, Tony and I are just here to provide some free advice. We provided some cost estimating and free cost estimating, but you'll have a request for proposals qualifications process you'll have to go through in order to select the team in order to actually move forward and get a guaranteed price. And once you even have the guaranteed price presented, the commissioners still can say, we don't accept that GMP. We want to select a different team to work with. So you're not even stuck until that point. Or you could just actually even take the drawings that are prepared during the scoping process and put them out on the street and hard bid them. And then go through the design bid build process. So you still have tremendous amount of flexibility even after the BOT procurement has been completed.
You're not the only bot service out there, right? There's others.
Yep.
Kellen,
that's right.
Kellen, in relation to what Tony said earlier about not having a new administrator, a new sheriff, there's a new sheriff in town. Are we going to, if we go ahead and say, let's start moving on this, will we form a new committee there, jail committee, so that we have the sheriff, a commissioner, a councilman, a couple other people, just to finish up the plans, that last 5% to make sure we're all on the same page?
That's a possibility. I don't know what the other two commissioners are. I mean, we're kind of at step 3 to figure out if you guys want to continue down this path. And if we're going to talk about steps afterwards, we need to know if step 3, if it's something you guys are committed to. I mean, it's going to be a large expenditure for the county. It needs to be understood, thoroughly known about it. You guys are the ones that control that. That's why we really should probably bring Jeff up at this point and have him kind of walk through the finances of what you guys are capable of doing. Because if they can't fit that number that you guys present, then the whole project's dead, which is perfectly unacceptable. But we just need to know before we start going way down this line that we need to know what the starting number from you guys is to work with before the commissioners start signing contracts, getting people under bid, spending money and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of at this point, what's your guys' financial plan for the jail? And then we'll work after we get that kind of figured out from you guys.
Just want to make sure we're definitely have the sheriff involved heavily in.
He has been, he can tell, I've talked to him quite a bit. He's met with Tony. You guys will look at it, Dale?
Yeah, we toured Fulton County, Monday this week.
Okay. So he's very much involved into it, but I really need to get past, are you guys comfortably financially to support the process of what we're going to be doing here?
Where can we access, like, copies of the drawings so that we can start to see exactly what are we going to build and pay for?
Well, I have them.
Okay.
The county has them. We delivered hard sets and digital copies to the county, but
Okay.
if you'd like them, I can send
I don't know that any of us have.
I have a set.
You have a set?
Yeah.
I have not seen them.
He's got a set.
Okay. Great. Well, I'm missing out. I guess I need a set.
Any other questions for Rich or I, or talk about the money, Matt?
We might call you back up, so.
Yeah, we'll stick around.
I did have one quick follow-up question. On not having a bed study, how confident are we in the number that we're working with right now? By not having a bed study yet, how confident are we in the number that we're starting with now?
I'm confident that field design will be suitable for a long time. We project it out in 30 years. 2021, it was suitable. So if it was suitable for the county in 30 years, now maybe it's suitable.
Yeah, and in the last 2 years since we've gotten community corrections working better, our jail count that we get every week has gone down about 15 or so.
So potentially it's even beyond that 30-year window that we talked about. Okay. The other thing on owner's rep, was there owner's rep included in this amount?
Ellen, do you want to address what?
Conversations we had about the owner's rep within the commissioners is that we're going to pay for that ourselves. So it would not be part of the loan or part of the bond process. So. Sir?
Okay, so I know in theory we've talked about before, how would we fund a jail? What would it look like? So actually put pencil to paper. And the estimate that we're working off today is 51 million for just the project. And we've talked about additional costs of issuing bonds. And I'll tell you that the things I have included and the one thing that I have excluded. We've included all the costs, including underwriter's discount, bond counsel, legal counsel, municipal advisor, underwriter's counsel, a bond rating, like the last time when we did the community corrections bond, we went to Standard & Poor's and got a bond rating because that helps lower your interest cost because more people are willing to bid and purchase your bonds if there's an outstanding bond rating on that specific deal. I also put in gross bond insurance and some trustee fees. So all in, it's about 51.8 million. The bond insurance premium is about 265,000 as an estimate. Last time when we did the community corrections bonds, your rating was high enough that we didn't go buy insurance because it wasn't worthwhile. We got what we felt were interest rates just as good without the insurance. So I would anticipate potentially that comes off to bring down some of the cost. One big component that is not included in here is capitalized interest. And I know we've had the conversation before about you have a general obligation bond cap that is 1/3 of 2% of your net assessed value. If you go above that amount for a project, which this would be far beyond that amount, you have to establish a building corporation and issue lease rental bonds, which is what all the schools do, and this is the normal mechanism for a project of this size. When you do the lease rental bond, you cannot make principal payments toward the bonds until you can actually utilize the new asset that you're building. There's that construction risk in there. So what we do to eliminate that is we assign a temporary replacement asset to the building corporation that has a value of those interest payments during construction plus a 6-month cushion. So if this is 2 years of construction, we need basically 2.5 years worth of what would be interest payments on $51 million worth of bonds. The thought of those replacement assets would be you need to own them free and clear. So one would probably be the courthouse, the other would be the existing jail. So potentially you would appraise those, pledge those as replacement assets so that we don't have to put aside millions of dollars of capitalized interest in this budget or borrow that money. We think all that's feasible. These are structures that we've used before. To touch briefly on what Rich had talked about, the BOT is a delivery method or design bid build. To us, from the municipal advisor side, we don't care what delivery methods you work with. It's just in the BOT, they will get us to a guaranteed maximum price. Otherwise, on the design bid build, we wait until we have the bids in hand. And the timing of how we put all this together is we would jump off today with this $51.8 million as our starting point. And then as they do design, they will hopefully reduce down some of their costs on the construction side to get to that guaranteed maximum price. We would look at potential cash flow coming out of your correctional facility lit fund. I have not pledged any of those amounts in here yet, and we'll kind of talk about some of those issues. But we would refine these numbers down as you have had your public discussions and passed ordinances, et cetera, to go no more than this 51.8 million. That would go through a process where people would have the ability to remonstrate, et cetera. And then when we get to the guaranteed maximum price and our refined numbers, what we do is then size down that bond issue so that you only borrow the amount that you need for the project. You don't have any additional funds other than what is built into the project budget as contingency, which there are always contingencies in those budgets. Again, as Rich talked about, there could be some negotiation as to how those come back to you, how you utilize them, whether you utilize them into the building or FF&E. If none of it is ever utilized and there's an excess, there is a bond process at the end that just goes back and applies toward debt service so that it lessens the amount that the taxpayers are repaying. So as for the payment, and what we had talked about before was you had put in place your correctional facility lit fund. You have accumulated millions of dollars in there. Today, I think you're above 8 million. In the fiscal plan that we delivered a few months ago, at the end of 2028, which is when the bonds pay off, I think you'll have like 11.5 million in there as an estimate. So two things can be done with that money. One, you could apply it all toward this and buy down the amount of bonds that you would actually issue by whatever you have on hand at the time we would sell the bond. However, there's another thing to consider, and I think it's probably the preferred method, is if you go forward and issue these bonds, and you get them issued here in the near term, you will need to make payments every 6 months. So beginning with mid-2027 and every 6 months. In the fiscal plan that we delivered a couple months ago and we walked through, You know, during 2027 and 2028, you are anticipating to consume a good deal of cash because your expenditures right now are above your revenues. But when you get to 2029 under this new lit structure, what we built into your fiscal plan was utilizing the 1.2% lit exclusive to county only. There is additional lit that potentially could be had for the county in the form of, if you implemented fire and EMS, you could take a portion of that. If you implemented an income tax for small municipalities, all of those municipalities that opt into that would get 150% proportionate share of their population. But the remainder of what you issued would come back to the county. So what's built in your plan is just that base 1.2%. And also in your plan, we have backfilled all of your other income tax funds, your light ed fund, your public safety lit fund. We have funded all those based on what we believe your anticipated expenditures are going to be going forward after 2028. So on page 1, which is the general fund of that fiscal plan, we have worked into it on that second to the last line, which is increase or decrease in funds. So it tells us whether we're adding to cash or eating cash. Again, in 27 and 28, we're expecting to eat a good bit of cash. If you impose that 1.2 and go forward, our expectation today would be you're going to be about $4.1 million above and to the good in those years. Your revenues are going to exceed expenditures about $4.1 million. If you were to issue these bonds without applying any cash, we would anticipate debt service to be a little under $3.9 million. So you still could fund all the debt service on this project and have a couple $100,000 in addition to what it is we think you need to maintain your current expenditures today, projected into those forward years. So it is a very conceivable plan of finance that would get you there within the income tax structures that you are allowed. And the use of the correctional facility lit, my thought would be, because you're consuming cash in the years 27 and 28, it might make good sense to make your payments from these cash reserves and your income streams out of the correctional facility fund in 27 and 28. So if you eat $8 million out of that $11.5 million, you still have $3.5 million there. And then we can talk about, do we want to buy down the bond issue by $3.5 million? Do you want to save that as a reserve for something related to correctional facilities or finishing it up? I think those are possibilities. But again, I think this gives you a plan of finance today. If you say, hey, yes, let's go ahead and undertake this project, this puts you on a path to do that. You have every reasonable expectation that you could achieve that. The actual structure of the bonds, and I know we touched on this before a little bit as well. What we want to use is property tax as the true pledge of repayment, even though we're not going to use property tax. And the reason we want to use property tax is because when we go to Standard & Poor's, and this is the same thing we did with the correctional facility bond. When we go to Standard & Poor's and have them give the bond rating, a property tax bond rating is better than an income tax bond rating. So hopefully we will get a better bond rating, lower interest costs for the entire project. In order for us to use property tax as the true pledge and the security for the bonds, knowing that we're going to pay it from another source of income tax and not have to go through the property tax bonding procedures, we have to illustrate to bond counsel that we have a reasonable expectation to make those payments. And that's what your fiscal plan lays out. Debt service would be about $3.9 million. Your surplus in those years of 29 and forward or 4.1 million, you have every reasonable expectation that you can do that. So I believe, and I've discussed with bond counsel, that very strategy for your plan of finance. They're all good with that. I think all that works. Bad points, and here are your risks. And I know we've talked about these before. The new income tax structure, you do not get to vote on until the middle of 28 for 2029. These are based on the rates that are here today. There are 2 more legislative sessions to occur. Don't know if your rate will be 1.2. Have no reason to believe at this point that it is not, but there's a risk that we run across that time period. Another risk is we have heard Representative Thompson talk before about he wants property tax rate caps for each unit of government. We know for fire and EMS, they've kind of coalesced around 40 cents, and that's to include operations, debt, and cum fund. Last time I met with him, I could not get him to give me any idea as to a city or a town, a county, a school, a library, etc. He said, we'll see that in proposed legislation in January, but those rates are just going to be the first volley for them to discuss. So we don't know if you will be imposed a property tax rate cap as a county that requires you not to levy all of your maximum levy going forward. That would be a potential risk. Today, you're at about 40 cents under our model. Potentially, after all the implementations of SEA 1, you might be around 60 cents. Their conceptual model is no property tax that is not referenda approved above $3 for the entire tax rate. So that's school, county, city, town, library, special districts, etc. Those to me would be your 2 biggest risks for the future. Don't really know how much you would really weigh that. If you have to make a decision on the laws as they're written today, the projections that we've made, you do have a plan of finance to go forward. But those are the outlying risks I think you bear. And let's go back to that. Let's say everything goes bad. They're not going to approve the income tax that you otherwise would get. Because these actually have an underlying security of property tax, if they change the legislation on your income tax, I think they could go on the property tax bill. That would answer and solve the first problem. If you have a specific rate imposed by the legislature that includes your cum funds and your debt funds, then potentially you will be funding debt service with your tax rate and not operations, and you may therefore have to scale back operations.
And the delays that we've had from when we initially started looking at this as a project back in 2016, costs continue to elevate every year. And let's face it, I mean, the legislature is constantly tweaking the taxes and the ability, and it's at risk that they would change the whole process every year.
Yes.
And if we keep kicking it down the road, it's not going to get any better. It's my thought. We need to move now. As far as we do have that excess in the Community Corrections Fund. Should we, and I know it kind of goes against what we talked about previously but should we move that money, that excess money that's in that fund now over to a jail fund that's specific to the jail so that it cannot be used for anything else?
If you choose that plan of finance, I do think you need to lock it into what it is you're going to use it for, which would potentially be these jail debt service payments in 27 and 28. Whether you can put restrictions on it in that fund, or you have to move it to another fund and restrict that specifically to that, I would. Because, again, if this is the plan of finance that you undertake, you want to be able to fulfill it, and particularly in the front end. Like I say, also, I think what we would look at is there ability that you could also contribute some of those funds toward buying down the bonds beyond what we're going to need for payments in 27 and 28. I think that would be a good idea in the fact that it is for the correctional facility. You know, I think you could potentially use it for operations, or maybe you cut FF&E out of whatever would be the proposal for the project, and then fund it out of what is going to be your remaining funds in there. But, you know, I think you want to wrap up and try and utilize all that by the end of 28 when the revenue stream goes away toward this project, so that you fully utilize it.
Can we put all of this on paper, numbers, so that we can all see it?
Can.
Personally, I would like to see that. It's laid out in front of us.
I have a question. You had said that built in the plan is the 1.2% lit, all remaining with the county?
Yes.
Correct, okay. So because of the whole change, what does that mean for the council with the ability to possibly give other municipalities some of the money as well to make them whole?
The thought would be you will utilize the other available lit revenue streams, the small municipality stream, the fire and EMS stream, in order to, and you can also impose one for townships, libraries, et cetera.
Okay.
Imposing all those, and we haven't studied yours to see, you know, whether you would have losers and winners. Certainly you'll have winners and losers. I think there's also an option where potentially the county can redirect some of their funds to those losers, if you so choose. But at this point in time, I don't know what it is. But again, this in your plan only includes the 1.2 that's allocated specifically to the county. There's another 1.2 that you can impose for small cities and towns, 0.4 for fire and EMS, 0.05 for townships, 0.05 for libraries, 0.05 for other districts. And the total of your 1.2, the 0.4, and those smaller units can't exceed 1.7. And then your total all in is 2.9. So there's a lot there to work with, and we have not done all the calculus of that, kind of waiting for the legislature to finish some of its different variations.
And I know we're talking about it later on, but as we bring the MUST committee into creation, I know that hopefully the auditor will be there to help supply us with any information we need. But would it be possible to get you scheduled in either in person or virtually when we meet to kind of help us with some of that?
Yeah, I'm getting booked for a lot of those.
I bet you are.
Yeah, whenever you can get that on my calendar, yes, we can do live or in person, or live or virtual.
Jeff, because we're paying these bonds that we would take from basically an income tax rather than property tax, we don't have to have a referendum then because it's much larger than the 20 million?
Correct. Because you have the reasonable expectation that you're paying it with income tax, there will be an ability for people to remonstrate against the lease between you and the building corporation, but they will not be able to file a remonstrance and make you run a referendum if you were actually going to pay it back with property tax.
Jeff, if the county today, if we were to go with a consensus where we want to pursue the 51.8 million, which includes the bonds, insurance, et cetera, I guess my question for the developers, builders, would that lock us into the not exceed cost today? If we want to get locked in, we need to take a look at the 51.8 today, some kind of consensus here.
But even with that, it has to go out to some kind of bid through the commissioners, so.
I understand that.
Yeah.
This would get us to the not to exceed cost.
But we don't know what I
We
don't
don't know what the
understand at this
others are
point,
gonna put
where did the 51.8 million even come from? How many beds is that? How big is it? Like, I just don't feel like we have enough data.
It's the same drawings from 2021.
Right, well, there's new people here.
Yeah, yes,
and,
ma'am.
Yeah, there's
But,
some of us who haven't seen those. We'd like to look over those for sure before we move forward.
But as far as, because the drawings were so much complete, because of Tony's work and this being a prototype, if we were to be selected as a team to help, we would be able to commit that to that not to exceed number.
And I think that's what the commissioners are looking for, us to commit to a dollar amount, not to choosing one of the developers or anybody else, just committing to how much are we willing to spend in order to get this jail project done. Many details will come later.
We can't move this unless we come up with a commitment to the
Commissioners can't. The commissioners want to know.
We can move forward with some things of going out and getting bond counsel, getting underwriters, putting RFPs out there and stuff like that. So we've not selected Envoy as the people we're using. So they can't guarantee you something until we put them under contract. We're gonna still put it out to bid, and Rich knows this, we've had a lot of conversations. We're gonna put it out to bid and see what the best option is for the county. I just had him come answer a lot of questions because he's very knowledgeable with the BOTs and to have a conversation with you guys.
Because have you as a commissioners, have you guys selected this is the option that you want to use? Is that, I don't think that's up to them, right?
Well, there's no sense in, if you go out and redo it, as they said, you're gonna spend
No.
another.
I mean, the bot system, yeah, the process.
Oh, yeah.
We have not officially done that because we don't know if the bot process is going to be cheaper or depending on what that number comes out to. That's the option we're going to probably go with first. Put it out there, see what that number comes back to, because even as Rich said, if we don't like that number, we can go do it ourselves. We can also go do the design build option. So we're not locking into anything today. What I brought these guys for to answer any questions for you is to say, hey, as a consensus of the board, that number is something that you guys are willing to work with. You're not locked into it today, not like, hey, we're going to spend this much money, but allows us to say, hey, you guys are fairly comfortable with it. That allows us as commissioners to keep moving forward with RFPs, getting people lined up and having more information given to you. We're at the point now where I got to put people under contracts before we really can get moving down the line any longer, if that makes sense.
With all that being said, is the 0.8 million that you're talking about included in the max number? Do we want to look at 51 million or 51.8 million?
51.8.
Okay, all right.
But the commissioners aren't going to spend additional monies getting all this in place if council is just going to be like, yeah, no.
Right. If we say, nope, we don't want to do a jail,
Precisely.
then
But if today you're like, hey,
you can't
that's
start moving forward. If we
hey.
say, yes, you guys can start down the process.
100%, thank you, Amy. It's basically, hey, this number works within what I'm comfortable with as of right now. Obviously, there'll be more information. Jeff explained multiple different ways of doing this up here, so there's gonna be a lot more information, but just to say to us today as a consensus, hey, yeah, go ahead, commissioners, I think we can work with this, let's move forward with this. We can start working through the process, so then that way we can start officially hiring people and paying them for their services that they're providing us. I mean, a lot of this stuff is from free stuff. And they're here free. I mean, we can't keep asking them to do it for free.
We like free.
We love free. But eventually
No, now, Bob, don't you say that, because you know what free got us before.
Yeah.
At community corrections,
Don't
yes.
do that.
So that's kind of what we're here for today, to answer any of those kind of questions, to say, hey, that 51.8, that's doable for me right now. I need more information, but overall, yes, I'm okay with the commissioners continuing to go forward with this process, is what we're kind of answering
I
today.
do believe that we probably should have a vote rather than just a consensus, that I would make a motion that we authorize the commissioners to continue the jail implementation process up to $51.8 million.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that, just to get a vote.
And I would like a roll call vote on this.
Before we go any farther, we've put this 51.8 number out here, and any of you can answer this. How many, I know there's different things, but approximately how many cells or beds are we talking about? 246.
How many do we have now?
And we're limited
Doubling
to
the
80.
size of the jail?
We have 90-ish people in there, the inmates now, with 25 to 30 people in community corrections. If it wasn't for community corrections, they would be in the jail, so that would be around 130.
So we would still have, but we're keeping community corrections.
We're keeping community corrections,
But
but
we're
community corrections got
doubling.
their own issue with bonding problems too.
Just want to be clear, we currently have 105 beds. We're going to go to 246 beds.
But we're limited to 80. We have been 12 to 20 over our limit, because we're not supposed to go above 80, because we don't want that federal judge coming in and
Correct.
telling us we're going
But
to build
that's
something.
double. That's doubling the size? Is that,
No, go ahead.
I think that's what you're asking, right, is?
I want to explain this to me. You said 200, what did you say? I wrote it down here. 200,
I said 46, I'm looking at my paper, it's 240 beds.
okay. But, okay, I realize you got to have so many ladies that's convicted, non-convictions, and men, and then you have your special needs people. Is that all, that's counting all the beds where we can expand and move differently over worse?
That's correct, that actually includes all of your general population beds. It includes, there's a minimum security wing that's designed into it, that's a flexible housing unit for programming, and there's holding cells in the intake area for the people that need constant supervision.
And I looked at this, and I've looked at it a couple times. There's a lot of office areas in there.
There is.
I mean,
There's an appropriate amount of office area in there, yeah. It's probably about a third of the square footage.
and this is one pod. This ain't two pods. This
That's
is one
correct.
pod.
Yep, one pot.
Of those 240-ish, you said, how many are those specialty cells? I remember looking at the print with Kellen. There's a pretty good number of all those specialty cells that wouldn't really count against our 108 that we have right now.
Because those are operational beds. These are beds that you don't, when you have detainees come in and processed in, they're not intended to go there.
For quarantine beds, all kinds of stuff,
Right.
yeah.
Right, so they're not really operational beds. There are 4, in the design right now, there's 4 padded cells, and I believe there's 6 holding cells, plus 2 group holding cells.
So that's out of you take that away from the 240 then?
Correct.
That's what was really driven by that jail. That's what was really driven by the jail study. The issue, really from a fiscal standpoint and fiscal management standpoint, the worst thing you could do is issue 20-year debt, build a facility, and then while you're still paying that debt, you then have to add on to the facility because of classification issues, you've gone over the 80% capacity of the jail. That's a huge issue. The new facility will also be a lot more efficient from a mechanical, electric heating, mechanical cost, so there could be some savings there. And then also for the jail staff, obviously it's safer because of the indirect supervision and takes less jailers to oversee a larger number. There's some strategies that the sheriff can look at as far as taking in inmates from other counties. I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but there's all kinds of different strategies to produce revenue from those additional jail beds. But as myself, who also sits on a fiscal body, you don't want to do a project for which, before you pay off the bond, you have to issue more debt or more cash to then add on to the facility. So the goal is that the facility is going to last a long time, so you don't have to do this again. These are one of the worst type of projects that a county has to do, right? It doesn't add to quality of life, right? They're very expensive. So, I'm empathetic to your guys' the position you guys are in today.
I feel like I'm hearing two different things, though, because I'm hearing that community corrections is working really well, and it's taking up beds off of what we need at the jail. But at the same time, we're turning around and saying, but we need to build a new jail that has twice as many beds.
But you can't compare beds to beds. I mean, you've got all those classifications.
Are those classifications new that we're not using now? So we still have the same classifications now. There's not new ones. And we're still we're still doing okay in the jail currently with the current classifications. Is that right?
Sheriff, how many, I don't remember how many classifications or day rooms you had.
We have about 8 blocks right now, and right now we are doing classifications, so inmates are classified. So the inmate population is anywhere between 80 and 90 is where we're at right now with 105 capacity jail. So, that's 80 to 90% capacity, which is what's recommended for the operational capacity of the jail. If you think of a room being 100% full and every room's full, you can't move anything from one place to another. So in order to do those classifications and movement of inmates, that's what's recommended. I agree. I understand with what you're saying. There are approximately 30 people out at community corrections right now. That could change. My fear would be that would change at any time as grants and funding from the state. We're running into issues with that already with community corrections. So that could change at any time. So, it's feasible. Our jail population, I worked in the jail in 2010 as a confinement officer, and we had about up to 130 inmates in the jail at that time. So if we were having issues with community corrections or judges change and they change their policies and how they're doing things, how they're doing sentencing, I think, we could very, very easily be up to 150 at that time. I think that the 240 bed number, I think could be, negotiated. I think it's something we can continue to look at, but I think what's more important is, are we going to build a jail or not?
Yes.
So I think the number of beds, whether it's 200 or 240, seems like something we can continue to work on.
Well, we're building it for 20 years out.
Sure.
What the capacity is going to be needed 20 years from now, not today.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
And crime rate doesn't seem to be going down.
There are a number of jails that were built at the same time as our current jail.
Yeah.
And because they were proactive, they have been replaced already. Adams County is one, Whitley County is another. There are several throughout the state because they did not delay. They moved ahead and they got their stuff done and built. They're in and operational now. Any delays, we're just making the costs go up more and more and more.
Please hear me, I'm not trying to delay a project. However, we are responsible for the taxpayer dollars, and I'm going to hear a bunch of questions from the community, and I would rather you guys be here to address those questions. I'm asking them for them on their behalf. There's a lot of chatter going on about, I don't know what, but we need to ask these questions now because, as Kellen pointed out earlier, these are their professionals. Let's ask them, and let's make sure that the community knows why we're building a jail and that we are going to need to
And
pay
all of those questions need to be answered. You are correct, Amy.
Yeah.
But again, this is a conversation that's been going on for 10 years.
Okay.
Oh, correct. And now, but now we have the people here who are going to answer the questions. I want to make sure that the community knows that, yes, we are doing our due diligence.
This can be an ongoing conversation. Right now, today, all we're looking at is we have a motion and a second, whether the council is going to basically commit towards 51.8 million. Susan, would you restate the motion, please?
Yes, Richard Ring made a motion to authorize the commissioners to move forward with the jail project up to $51.8 million. William Van Wy seconded.
And the chair is requesting a roll call vote. So we're ready.
All right, so
We're just saying up to, we're not saying
51.8.
up to that maximum amount.
So we can lock into that not to exceed cost today.
Give the commissioners the option to move ahead with everything.
We're ready.
Okay. Chris Kraft. Amy Presser.
Yes.
Amy Dembski.
Yes.
Bob Kraft.
Yes.
Bill Van Wy.
Yes.
Rick Ring.
Yes.
Dave Yard.
Yes. Okay, motion is carried.
I appreciate that. The commissioner will start moving forward with that. Obviously, we do not want to spend the top end of that. We're going to try to negotiate through it, all that. But this will allow me to start putting out RFPs, getting a team built so we can start going through all those questions of getting a jail study to see how many beds we need, because that's going to cost money to do. And this is, as long as everybody's on board with us doing that, then let's go down that process and get this figured out together.
Well, and I want to reemphasize, I would like to see, and I think Amy probably does too, because we want the questions answered. We want to see this on paper from Jeff.
Yes.
As to how this would operate, so that
Yeah,
we're.
the jail drawings, then the numbers. Yes, please. Get that.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. We greatly appreciate it. Okay, moving on, we're going to go back to the updated probation job description to show the work hours change approval. Okay, now take 5? Yeah. Okay, we'll take, stand in recess for 5 minutes.
You know what, Lou Holt said, I'd say this about the county council today. All is said and done, there's a lot more said than done.
You're right there.
I told
Yep.
No, that's all right, that's all right. Good. Last time we talked to you, they don't talk a lot themselves. They called the other day and talked to Maddie. Well, I was not real happy with it. Out in the golf course this morning, Amy? Were you out in the golf course swinging the club? No, it's all right. Just, oh. Wish I could get Jenny's attention go.
Would die.
Okay, if we can get everybody back, we'll get started.
Let's have a quick vote on something we want to do. Chris out so we can vote something.
Probation, job, description. Are we gonna have,
I hope not.
You know, the chairman was getting ready to, I told him he didn't have a quorum. There you
we
go.
are back in session. We're gonna go back up on our agenda regarding the updated job description for probation, and I'm gonna turn it over to Susan at this point.
So I had provided a document with some of HR's explanation, but long story short is probation, Michael Lapham, he has moved his, or offered, I should say, his workers to work a 4-day, 35-hour-a-week schedule. So some work Monday through Thursday, some work Tuesday through Friday, and then they'll rotate as needed or after a certain amount of time. So because of that, we just need to update all of their job descriptions so that the work schedule says 4-day, 35-hour-a-week per department schedule, so that it coincides with what they're actually working. So we really just need a motion to approve or deny changing their job descriptions to reflect what they're actually working.
I move to approve.
We have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of updating the probation job description signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, moving on. Now we are down to Volcraft real and personal property tax abatements, and I'm going to turn this over to Rick Ring.
Well, and I was going to turn it over to Colin and Michael as to explain the project and what the request is.
I appreciate you guys having us up here. Colin Weiss, President and CEO of the DeKalb County Economic Development. I know we came before the tax abatement committee last week, got a favorable recommendation. So I'm just here to obviously introduce you guys to Michael Mayhall, and kind of have him give you guys the rundown and we'll go from there.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Mayhall. I'm the Vice President General Manager of the Volcraft over in St. Joe. It's a Nucor division. Here today on behalf of asking for tax abatement for a $59 million investment and business expansion that we're looking at doing on site on our property there. I had the pleasure to meet with the Tax Abatement Committee last week and go through the application process and the recommendation there. Appreciate any consideration for this abatement and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Michael, a couple of the things that you would talk to the Tax Abatement Committee about. There were 3 opportunities for this project. It's a product that you're currently manufacturing in Texas, so you could expand that operation, but you were looking to get the move into the Midwest market. So that would made it look at DeKalb County, and West Virginia was the other option. Volcraft and Nucor chose DeKalb County, and we very much appreciate that. And this is a $25 million building, real property, and 25 to 28 on the business personal property. And because it is a question that always comes up, and by the way, our Tax Abatement Committee meetings are now online. We did get information from the state that even though there's not a majority of the council at those meetings, because they do take official action, making recommendations, that they have to be live streamed, as will the human resources meetings from now on need to be live streamed, unless you're talking about an individual. But the question was asked, would they choose DeKalb County without the tax abatement? And the answer to that question was no. That it's with the tax, they already own the property here, they're already got a presence in St. Joe, but this project is going to really lend itself to this tax abatement.
So does that mean that you would not build then here, that without the tax abatement, you would move to another facility?
So what I shared last week, there's quite a few Nucor divisions competing to do this investment. This is actually one of the more expensive initial investments to make if we did it here. One would be to just expand our Texas operation that currently supplies some into the Midwest. The other would be down at our Crawfordsville sheet mill or our West Virginia sheet mill. This is such a substantial potential abatement for us that it would directly impact that decision to do it here or not.
I saw that you were also looking at some additional, like what was it, a tax credit through the IEDC?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you just talk about that a little bit, what that looks like?
Yeah, so through the EDGE and HBI programs with the state, so if we did it here or our Crawfordsville sheet mill, it's a performance-based tax credit, and it's based on a number of teammates hired and training for those teammates that we would fund. So it's a performance base that we would have to show each year. Did we hire like we said we would, train them like we said we would, and pay them like we said we would?
And there are potentially, at least initially, an additional 25 or 30
Correct. It's
employees, and at $50-some an hour?
Yes, sir. Initially, we would start with 20 to 25 teammates to get the business started. Our Texas facility, this would be almost a replica of that operation. They're running that operation around the clock today, closer to 70, 80 teammates. So we would obviously expect to grow that from that initial 20, 25 new teammates. And yeah, that dollar amount is correct.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I was trying to write that down, and I missed
sorry.
all of it. So you're looking at hiring how many additionals?
So initially, there would be 20 to 25 new teammates, from entry-level production to maintenance to professional roles like accounting and then leadership roles. That would be how we would start the business. Our goal would be then to grow the share in the Midwest, and if we needed to add capacity later, we would add crews to do that. So it looked very similar to our Texas operation, which is currently growing up to about 70, 80 teammates today.
This initial phase is for one shift, but then it could possibly, like
Yes, sir.
you say, could expand to 2 or 3.
Correct.
I heard rumors the other day, at another meeting, positive rumors, but I don't know what it's related to this or something different. But what I had heard was that if this goes in here and it's successful, it might lead to further investment later on down the road because of having this here locally. That they might build something else on that property in the future because of this, or is that just the expansion of the shifts?
It's both. You know, obviously, I can't commit to any
Right, you're not
future,
gonna
what
commit,
our
but-
board would do, but, you know, one of the reasons that we were selected, regardless of the cost of this investment, is our team here executes very well. And so, being able to expand this and have another successful product offering for our team here in the future, when there's opportunity, our board would then be more likely to let us continue to expand our business here.
Yeah, we're pretty proud in DeKalb County to be such great producers. I mean, Volcraft's owned by Nucor, and Nucor out in Waterloo is one of the best producing building systems in the whole country. In fact, they took that guy around and had him evaluate all the other Nucors in the whole country to find out what we were doing here. And I think it's our people and our work ethic. And
100%. We have 4 different manufacturing locations in DeKalb County, over 1,000 teammates, and our buildings plant and our Volcraft are the shining stars in our product groups, 100%. So we want to keep this here in DeKalb County.
What is the product? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
What is the product that you guys are going to be doing there?
Sure. So we currently do steel joist decking girders. We've done it for 54 years out of St. Joe. We offer under the Volcraft brand another spanning steel product called steel grating. Some of you may have seen that at commercial or industrial facilities. When you're walking on catwalks, it's that grating mat. So we offer it out of Texas and Utah right now, and we want to expand that offering into the Midwest. Exactly. Our Texas plant right now ships some into the Midwest. Actually, there's a warehouse right here in Fort Wayne that we ship to. But you're right, we would prefer to purchase the raw material from our sheet mill right here in Indiana and Crawfordsville and produce it right here.
Any further questions?
I just have a comment. So I've had the opportunity to travel a lot with my son for golf, and I've been to 4 different airports in the last 5 months, and every one of them I've noticed Nucor steel out of Indiana. So I thought that was pretty cool.
That is awesome.
Any further questions or comments?
And the proposal is 10 years on the real property and 9 years on the business personal property, which they are spending enough that they do have to pay business personal property tax. The new law, that was anything under $2 million, there wasn't any business personal property anymore, so.
So we will immediately start getting more new tax. We're getting more, not
additional
less.
assessed valuation. And that's a big thing for, not only for the county, but also for the East Side school system. This is a $50 million or $60 million add to that. So, and if they were not given the tax abatement and they did not come here, and just leave out the tax abatement, if they didn't come here, there's $60 million worth of assessed value they would not have. So it's brand new.
And you're anticipating getting started, it looks like next month?
Yeah, we're rolling right now with pre-construction stuff and all the feasibility that we've done. So if we are able to announce this week, we would break ground in October and be done by the end of next year and ready to start that business up.
So this is the final piece of the puzzle.
This is the final piece of the puzzle.
And I was going to say, you got your rezoning from.
We got the rezoning from St. Joe last week, and it worked out well. The parcel we were identifying was already in St. Joe's plan for industrial use, so that was a pretty straightforward process.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion for the attorney to prepare a resolution regarding this tax abatement. Do we have a motion?
Make that motion.
By Rick Ring, do we have a second? Second by Amy Dembski. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, next discussion is the wheel tax. Just want to start out a little preface here on this. When the county, when we put the wheel tax on in 2025, we did it at a minimum, knowing that it would probably have to be increased. Well, since we put it on, Auburn and Garrett have enacted wheel taxes also. And the money and the funds that they are going to collect will not be coming to county general dollars. So that's going to be a hit on county general. And just to kind of refresh everybody, for the county, we put a $7.50 tax on passenger vehicles and a $5 tax on commercial vehicles, and that was at the minimum rate. Auburn has since passed a wheel tax with a $7.50 passenger vehicle wheel tax, which is the same as the county, only they have increased the commercial vehicles up to $25. That's up $20 more than what we put on as a county. Garrett has come back with theirs, and for the passenger vehicles, that's passenger and collector cars, trailers of 9,000 pounds or less, they have put a tax of $25 on. And they have also then put a tax of $25 on commercial vehicles, collector vehicles, and trailers under 9,000 pounds of $25. But then they have added a $40 tax for trucks, RVs, buses, and semis with a gross weight of 11,000 pounds or less. So county, we're at $750 and $5, Auburn is at $750 and $25, Garrett is at $25, and then $25 and $40. So open for discussion here with the council on where we want to be, whether we want to stay with the minimum or whether we need to reestablish and reevaluate the wheel tax for the county share.
And just to add, in previous times, it was possible to have those taxes stacked. Under the current legislation, you cannot stack it. So Auburn and Garrett registrations will not feed into the highway funds for the county. And anything that we would impose would not be assessed to the Garrett or Auburn residents. Butler and the other small towns are not able to pass their own wheel tax. There is a population limit on the cities that are able to do that. So the amount of money generated from what we have already imposed is fairly minimal. And I'm still, I don't know if Susan were able to find out about withholding. Last month we found out that we had only collected $1,600. Now, that was July. That's halfway through the year. It's now August, and I think at Tax Abatement Committee I had asked the same question, and we had gotten an extra $100. So, you know, it's what we're generating is not, in my mind, reasonable to offset any issues. But I didn't know if the state very often, especially where income tax is concerned, withholds money. There's a pool of money that they keep, and I think it's either 11, it's 15% now, it might be 11, but they keep 15% of everything they collect for DeKalb County is retained at the state in case we have an emergency. And then they can give us more money. And that number used to be quite a bit more. They used to retain well over 50%. And County Council Association has been able to work with the legislature and get that percentage down. I don't know if they're doing the same kind of thing with this wheel and excise tax or not.
I haven't gotten a response yet.
Okay.
The question.
My understanding was when we first talked about this, that the wheel tax, one of the benefits of it was that all of the dollars stayed in the county, but it sounds like maybe.
Well, but the BMV collects it.
Right.
So
the
it has to go to Indianapolis first before it comes back
You're
here.
saying, you didn't say the BMV was keeping some of it, you said this.
The state of Indiana.
So
That's the question.
It goes through, like, it goes from the BMV through the state, and the state sends it to us. So that is his question, is if they're keeping any of it, and I am waiting for that response.
Holding it in reserve. It would still be our money, but they would be holding it in reserve.
Holding it.
So do they hold it till the end of the year, or how does that work?
Well, in the case of local option income tax, they hold 11% forever. And,
But then if they're holding what they have held back, if that is over, I forget, a certain amount, then each year we get a supplemental lit distribution. So we get extra money distributed to us one time during the year so that that amount they're holding goes back to 11%.
it's all the accounting process.
That's like gain interest, so we can get the interest on our own money. I think they're getting the interest.
If we're going to change it, it has to be decided this month.
If you're gonna change it for 2027,
Yeah.
it has to be decided this month.
Because it has to be to the BMV and DLGF by September 1. So if we're going to decide it today, I'm betting that we're going to have not only today's meeting, but probably have a special meeting before the end of the month.
We had originally talked about it, and I think those of us that had voted for it, when we voted for it, said we would pass it at the minimum, just to give ourselves access to the lane mile, extra dollars there. So my question was, how much money did we get then from, we passed the wheel tax, said, hey, we want to get this much extra money. How much money did we get?
So you're talking about the community crossing grant?
The community crossing grants.
Do we know how much we got because we passed the wheel? Did it make any difference?
Yeah, just a second. So, originally, the plan was, if I understand it correctly from Ben, that they were gonna not send us any money until next year. But this year, they did release some, and so in June, we got $410,690.
And I think the other,
Is that from,
Because we passed the wheel tax, we got that.
That is our lane mile direct distribution.
Which we would not have got without the wheel tax?
No.
and looking into the future, I think everybody needs to be a little bit leery or suspicious. The state has pledged to not let us miss the money we would have gotten through the gasoline tax. They're taking this money out of the state's reserves, out of the state's coffers, and backfilling us. But is that money where the community crossings money was coming from? Once they backfill us, they're gonna have less reserves. There might not be any lane mileage money. Who knows? And you're coming up to a budget session. So there might not be any community crossings money to give out, because that may be the money the governor's given back to us. So.
I think, in my mind, just me personally, in my mind, I think we keep the wheel tax, we don't raise it, because to your point, we have no idea even if how much are we gonna get out of it? We don't know that figure yet, because I don't think we do. Do we know what, if we raise it to a max, how much money that would bring in?
I was trying to work on figuring, but
we really
Well,
don't.
back when we originally looked at it, if we raise it to the max, all the way across, it was like $2 million. It was a crazy amount.
But now we do not have Auburn and Garrett's portion.
Yeah, so now you don't have that.
So that's.
And I think that BMV has BMV, I believe, now has an accurate number of how many registrations belong to Auburn, how many registrations belong to Garrett, which before they didn't have that information. We don't know how many we've actually lost at
About
registration
50%.
wise.
I'd say you're pretty close to 50%, if not more.
I would imagine.
Well, Amy kind of expressed where she's at. I would like to see us keep the passenger vehicles as minimum like they are, but I'm willing to go up on the commercial. I think the commercial vehicles would be.
What about the, are you gonna separate commercial from farm implements? Farm trucks?
Like, is that what that one county you mentioned did, or the one entity you did?
Let's see, that was Garrett, they have two tiers. They have passenger vehicles, collector, and trailers under 9,000 for $25, and it goes to $40 for trucks, RVs, buses, semis with a gross weight of 11,000 pounds or less.
Yeah, but Garrett, Auburn's not gonna have farm.
Farm vehicles, yeah.
Yeah. And I've said it before, I think it's kind of ridiculous that I got an RV that costs me less than my car does. My RV rate is $5. $25, $40, I mean, that's reasonable.
Probably traveling that RV though down state roads.
Yeah, but
I travel a lot of miles in that RV.
You know, I tell them, you know, just go down County Road 12 every day like some people do. Your alignment will cost you more than what your wheel tax at $30 or $40, so, will.
Yeah.
But will we raise enough money from the wheel tax to fix a bunch of those problems?
Well,
I don't know.
we're not doing it now. We're definitely not
We
doing
have the
it.
specifics on the,
I mean, there's some issues out there, and that's one of the things that I've heard
Or the
all the
rate.
time, is why
It
we
would have
didn't
been
get
in the
enough wheel
original
tax to fix some of these
bill that
roads.
happened.
For me, the other piece of it is that we are looking at a jail. And
What?
at the jail, and we're looking at some, what is the taxes gonna look like for our citizens? And so just hesitant to talk about any kind of raising at this point. Especially if we don't know what that looks like. We don't know the numbers, we don't know how much we need, how much we'll get.
Well, the commercial stuff that would actually fall under the wheel tax is going to do far more damage to our roads than what my Jeep or, your passenger car does. I personally would like to make an amendment. I'll make a motion that we amend our rate. We leave the excise tax alone, which is the passenger vehicles and motorcycles, but we raise all of the municipal wheel tax amount from $5 to $25.
Which would be essentially what Auburn, City of Auburn has.
No.
That's just.
That's, in the ordinance,
Got a motion, there's, question is there's a second first before you could.
Okay, we have a motion to raise the county wheel tax, keeping the passenger vehicle side at the current $7.50, and then raising the commercial side to $25. This would be in line with the City of Auburn, what they have done with theirs. Do we have a second?
I'll second that for,
Okay, we have
Discussion
a
purposes.
motion and a second.
one thing I like about that, Rick, is we're not upping the tax on people that are driving to the grocery store or to work. We're upping the tax on people that are using their vehicle to make money. These are commercial vehicles that are being used to create income for these people, so.
And that includes collector cars and trailers under 9,000 pounds.
The commercial vehicles?
in the wheel tax.
Commercial vehicles is,
In the wheel tax issue on this, trucks goes anywhere from 11,000 pounds to 78,000 pounds. It would move from $5 to $25. Semi-tractors, same deal, $5 to $25. Trailers used with motor vehicles, 12,000 pounds to 22,000 pounds and over, from 5 to 25. RVs from 5 to 25. Semi-trailers, including farm semi-trailers, from 5 to 25. And buses for hire from 5 to 25. Buses not for hire from 5 to 25. So those are the changes.
So the trailers under 12,000, which are typically the smaller trailers that people will be pulling lawnmowers around with and stuff, are not going up?
That's not included in there. That, those trailers fall under the excise tax portion, and they're $750.
So they'd stay at the same?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's been properly seconded. I'll call for the question. All in favor of those changes signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so it's passed 4-3.
Okay, now, is that gonna take 2 readings where we've got, since it's an increase in the,
It'll take more than one reading. You had the first, and then you can do the second and third on the second reading, or you can do the first and second on one reading, and you have to have 2 meetings to do
okay,
it.
that's my point. We have to have another meeting.
Or
We'll have to
suspend
have
the
a
rules,
special
All right,
meeting
we have to have a
before
special meeting.
September 1.
correct? Or suspend the rules, which you haven't passed, you passed the number, now you have to pass the ordinance. Okay.
So we could suspend the rules today,
If you have a unanimous vote.
a unanimous vote.
Yes. Okay.
So we'll be back for a special meeting.
All right, so all we've done is made the changes to what we wanted to go to, but we have to actually have an ordinance with those
Basically,
numbers.
we've got a first reading.
So when would you like to have this special meeting?
That'd be done in September.
We gotta have it before September.
Gotta have, what, 3 days notice?
They're gonna be done in August or in September?
Has to be done.
It has to be
in
done
August.
by September 1, it has to be done.
I need 48 hours.
Well, Monday, Tuesday, next week works.
Commissioners meet Monday.
We could meet in the afternoon.
Tuesday afternoon, I'm open.
Yeah, because I think that isn't a long meeting.
The 21st or the 25th would be good, the 27th and 28th, but that's really pushing it to the limit.
I would prefer
What's your pleasure?
Is everybody available Monday?
Monday the 17th?
I'm not.
It's only a 1 vote, ain't it?
Yeah, I have a doctor's appointment early in the morning Monday, so you'd have to do it in the afternoon, or you do it
We could do it in the
Tuesday morning,
afternoon.
Wednesday morning.
Tuesday morning?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm open in the mornings. Well, not Friday, but
Tuesday's fine, the 18th.
It would have to
open
be
Tuesday.
like 9 o'clock or after, because alcohol and tobacco is at 8:30.
9 o'clock Tuesday morning.
works for me.
Rick? 9 a.m. Tuesday morning?
That's fine with me.
I'm good.
Yeah, I can't be here, but I don't need to be here probably for just. I can't be here Tuesday morning, but that's, yeah, I don't need to be here.
No, I can Monday afternoon.
Just passing ordinance.
I can make Monday afternoon. Rick?
Monday afternoon is fine with me.
Bill? Monday afternoon?
I
Chris,
guess the
Monday
only thing I
afternoon?
can't do is Wednesday afternoon, I know that.
Amy Prosser, Monday
You
afternoon?
wanna do it
So
near
what
the
is-
end of the day?
No, Amy has to be done by 3.
Oh, okay.
So what is afternoon to you guys?
1 o'clock?
I could do any time
Good.
12 on.
Bill? 1 o'clock, Monday afternoon?
I'm good.
Depends if Rick gets done buying me lunch, then.
30 minutes, right?
It should be like 10 minutes.
Don, are you available Monday at 1 o'clock?
Tuesday.
I think I can be available
No, Monday.
on.
Monday. I'll put it on Tuesday.
I don't know if we need him.
I don't really need to be here.
We don't want you to
I
feel left
modified
out,
the
but
ordinance already.
We don't want you to feel left out.
We want you to feel
If I can be
all
here, I'll
love
be
that
here,
we
so.
present.
Because you earned your money, Dave.
Okay, so we're on for Monday at 1
1
PM.
o'clock.
Okay, moving on. That takes care of the wheel tax piece. Moving on, we have 2 things here. for the council discussion. One is the Must Task Force appointment, and that appointment falls here at the chair, and I am appointing Rick Ring to be our task force appointment. Do you accept that responsibility?
Yes, I do.
You are most gracious, so thank you. And the other thing, you have a letter to you for FYI from the judges, and this is just a letter for your information. And, pardon?
Well, I was going to say, I had some communication with the sheriff last night, and there are a number of issues, I think, that needs to be addressed with this letter. Too many unknowns, and it would have to come to us as an additional anyway, but there's a lot of facts and discussions that need to happen.
Like I say, right now, it's for your information only there.
Jumping back to the must, a number of the city residents are here because they wanted to encourage this to happen. And part of there's a lot being put out right now about the must committee. This is an initial move. There are some counties that have already had 3, 4, and 5 meetings of this committee already. It's not going to do anything, it's not going to take any action that's going to take effect for 2027, because all of this got pushed off. It's the end of 27 into 28 that the changes start to happen. But what was discovered across the state, there were many of the county council people that had no clue as to some of the financial officers from their cities and towns. So it was an opportunity to get together for the first time, sit down, meet, talk about the possibilities. The Association of Counties has put a lot of money, time, and effort into developing a portal that will help us make these decisions based on local option income tax. And so the initial move is just get things moving along, getting an introduction, showing what's possible, knowing full well that as January comes and the session comes into play, things could change. So nothing is set in stone right now, which is the unfortunate thing, because it's the way we deal with taxes around here. Is every tweak requires another tweak the next year or the following year because of unintended consequences. So anyway, they're here in support of making sure this must committee happens. So we do need to pick a time, and I think that we do this, send out an email as to what the possibilities are. And I know I'm in a meeting on Friday with the County Council or the County Association that's developed a lot of different forms and notices and everything else. We'll see where that goes. But those, Susan's been provided with those already. But just expect an email. The way I'm looking at this, if I got everybody accounted for, it's one county council person and 9 fiscal officers from the cities and towns. And that does include Hamilton and Ashley. So whatever we do for Hamilton and Ashley on our side, hopefully Steuben County will do the same thing on their side. But yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I know it's been a long meeting. I also sit on the AIM committee for cities and towns, and so we've been working collectively with the counties, with ACE, working towards this goal. But we do have to make a decision to have the MUST task force before October 1st. And as Mr. Peters said earlier today, if we would like to get on his schedule for that, it needs to happen now. So bringing the schools in, bringing the libraries in, everyone having a collective thought and having full transparency in this conversation, I think is critical. And so getting this on everyone's schedule as soon as possible, I think we need to do quickly.
And I'm going to put a plug in for Natalie here, because Natalie is going to be sitting in my spot next year. So having familiarity with what's happening both on the city side versus, and the county side is going to be very important to what happens here next year. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Send out an email. We'll get an email out to everybody. There are a couple clerk treasurers I might not have their information on, so I may be reaching out to some of you guys for that. But, and I would, and while we say that it's the fiscal officers and one council representative, I expect in these meetings, in the audience is going to be every mayor, every town board president. The auditor is going to be sitting beside us because she's going to have a lot of that information that we're going to need immediately. But I would suspect that we're going to have a lot of people attending these meetings to see what happens. Now, that's all I've got, Dave.
Okay. That was short and that was unusual, Rick.
Yeah. I don't know. I said we wouldn't be done before 2 o'clock. It's before 1 o'clock, so.
We did good.
Before we leave, if anybody wants to volunteer, and I know I'm asking quite a bit, I will not be here September 2nd for the department head meetings. So if anybody wants to throw yourself into the line, then you're free and welcome to go and take my place. And also remember, when you see Dottie not show up, you got half an hour shorter meeting.
Susan, let's
I
just
thought you
real
always
quick
just blame me for
over our
that.
next meeting dates, please, for everybody.
Okay.
Make sure we got them.
So,
You said that meeting's on the 2nd?
So-
Wednesday?
we have.
Yeah, but that's council meeting. We're at council that day and the 2nd and the 3rd.
No,
Which is why Susan's gonna go over them. Go ahead, Susan.
it's the 2nd and 3rd, and then the 30th.
Okay, what's the
2nd and 3rd are,
Monday first,
we meet Monday, August 17th
and then the
for the
second?
wheel tax. Then we meet September 2nd and 3rd,
At what time?
8:30.
8:30.
8:30, okay.
Ooh, I had 8.
And I've got those blocked out, the entire day is blocked out.
Yes,
Both of them.
because that is public hearing budget decision days. You guys changed it about 15 times, Amy.
I have the 2nd and 3rd on my calendar already. I might be here. I just had them at 8. I like 8:30 better. Rick's the only guy that gets up at 5.
So that's 2nd and 3rd, 8:30 are budget public hearing days and first readings on the ordinances. Then September 30th is a regular meeting with budget adoption for 2nd and 3rd readings.
And that's fairly quick, right? I only got a couple hours.
Well, I mean, we'll have a regular meeting with it,
Oh, well,
but normally there's not a lot. And then October 14th, November 4th, and December 9th.
And just because I've got one more thing I'd like to say. If you have not registered for or plan to attend the annual Association of Counties Conference in Fort Wayne, the 28th, oh, wait a minute, that's the fair. I got the fair up. Yeah, actually the 22nd. It starts the 21st, but that's the golf outing and stuff, but September 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And 22nd and 23rd are all day. The 24th is usually a half a day. It will never be closer than Fort Wayne, Indiana for many years. If you can attend, you need to be there. The opportunities that you have to speak not only to fellow councilmen, there is I think it's on the 23rd in the morning, there'll be a half day for county council members specifically, but the people that you can interact with and learn from and the classes you can go to are extremely important. And this is something that we have been promoting for a number of years now. Unfortunately, county council people have been very lax in getting themselves educated. There are many classes and tools that you can attend and use to improve our position. County Council Association and the Association of Counties is vital to that. You need to be involved and you need to get that education. There are at least, at minimum, the two budgeting sessions, 2 budgeting classes. This is what that's primarily finance. It's what we're responsible for. You need to go to those classes. You need to understand what our requirements are. And we are, again, we've been pushing it. We've been successful with coroners and a couple of others, but making mandatory education for county council people and commissioners is another legislative priority. And hopefully that gets passed this year. That's it, Dave.
Okay. Is anybody else from the count? Dottie? Come on up.
Very quickly, there was this misspeak earlier about the development services, full-time hourly person. That person is actually budgeted for 8 hours per day, so 40 hours a week, but historically only works 35 hours per week. So there's that part. The next thing is, if you didn't happen to look at the emails that I sent regarding our weights and measures technician, Pat Grant, that you probably only saw at budget time through the years, did pass away last Friday. There is a gathering at his house that his family is doing. I will be attending on behalf of the county. Amy is a maybe. She was his liaison, so she's checking her schedule to see if she can be there, but I will certainly pass along our condolences to his family and also mention that we appreciated him, the work that he's done on behalf of the county, on behalf of the commerce in the county. He was the one that goes and checked the scales, even the scales at the DeKalb County Free Fall Fair, the livestock scales, things like that. Things that you don't even think about at Walmart when you are weighing your produce. Those are the scales that he took care of, the gas station pumps, things like that. What a project. And now I have sent all of you the posting for that position. It's a part-time position, but it's terribly important for the commerce, as I said, of the county. So, but we will say thank you to his family on your behalf. So,
Dottie, does the, because it'll take a while to find somebody new and then get them trained,
yes.
Are one of the other counties helping us to maintain?
Actually, the state has offered 2 of their inspectors to come if we have any emergencies at all that they can take care of. So yes, I made contact with the state, and that is a big thing too. When we do find some people, the state has to actually bless them, going through some training and making sure that this person can do what we require and what the state requires of that person. And I am doing a spreadsheet of counties that are similarly situated, meaning that they are their population is close to ours, to see what they do. Are they full-time? Are they part-time? How much do they pay this person? Things like that that I will pass on to the commissioners specifically, but if you would like, I could pass it along to you as well. So anyway, thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, Dottie.
Hearing nothing else to come before the council, Chris, famous words. You're an hour late, Chris.
And I will second that motion.
All those in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're out of here. Thank you, everybody. Great meeting.